Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Thomas van der Zander, Cannabear, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Todd Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, Iron26, Endless, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W., Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
And I just got this, you know.
Yeah, I understand you. Sometimes we get a little bit excited and we're gonna put our points because we think that they are not understanding. But you have to realize as well that, Nathan and Kiwi, they've been here for so long and they saw so many already people saying the same things. So sometimes as soon as you say a couple of words, we already know where you are going, you know?
Well,
And yes, it
they
gets
asked the
frustrating.
question. Where did he? How did I don't. How did
No,
he
it's
know where
not
I was
that.
going if I
What
didn't
I'm
even get
saying,
to finish two sentences?
yeah, but what I'm saying that you get excited and you you went like a little bit energetic into the thing that but I let me feel blah, blah, blah. Sometimes you have just to come down and say, okay, I'm new in this field and let me listen what they're saying, and then I can talk and say whatever I want to say.
Well, the
It's good
topic
to
was.
listen, sometimes that's what I'm saying.
I had been listening for about 30 minutes, and I just kept hearing him ask where the reference was to the Tesla Einstein feud, if there is one. I don't think there is really one with Tesla, and I just threw out a few quotes, ideas from what my understanding was of it. That's what I was doing. I thought I was being helpful. I wasn't trying to start an argument or a discussion. I just wanted to add that in because I thought that was a question that was asked, and maybe I misunderstood the question. Um, and I
That happens.
felt discarded from the third word, or and I
Can happen as
thought it
well.
was rude.
Sometimes mistake, it's like some people they talk over each other and can be misunderstanding. It happens between
Well, I learned my lesson,
average.
and I won't be going in there.
Yeah, it's fine. It's all good.
Like yeah, I don't know. I don't like to be dismissed. Just I think it's rude, or told that I picked something up off of TikTok. That's like super offensive. Um, but whatever. Or I felt like I was being belittled, as if I just woke up and decided, hey, I'm gonna go ruffle some feathers over here, or whatever. I admit, I do get excited.
Yeah, just relax and everything will be okay. Don't worry.
And I think sometimes I do sound more excited than I am. It's how I am. Um, and it rubs people the wrong way. So I do realize that.
there was a specific point that the communication between yourself and Quantum Eraser broke down. That specific point was when you mentioned the Michelson-Morley, quote, experiment. And QE interjected
Yeah.
to say it's not an experiment. And while he was
Mhm.
trying to interject, you could tell you wanted to plow on. And he repeatedly tried to stop you and correct you. At the end, you were like, well, whatever you want to call it, was what you said to him. At which point he just muted you. It's like, no, you're making
Okay.
this claim about an experiment that isn't an experiment, and he's attempting to correct you, but you're not accepting the correction. You're just like, whatever you want. It's like, no, you're the one saying this to this audience, and it's not right, and he's trying to correct you, but you're just like, well, whatever you say. That was kind of the attitude that he got from you. As soon as you did that, I thought, this isn't going to
Okay.
end well, and he shortly after muted you.
Okay.
So it's
Uh-huh.
QE's
I
pretty
see that.
intolerant
I
when
can
it
see
comes to
that.
things like that. He's just gonna shut
I
you
can see
down.
that. I can see that, yeah. I would have hoped he would have explained to me, I guess maybe why it's not an experiment, because everywhere I've read, I even looked it up later in the physics forum somewhere and this and that, and a lot of physics students and physicists are referring to it as an experiment. Even Wikipedia does. I know Wikipedia is not the best,
Sure.
source for it, but I mean, I guess I'll just ask. I should have asked him. Then what is it if it wasn't, or why does he think it,
You
or
just
why
can
is
ask
it
Nathan
not?
now. You
Okay, why why isn't why isn't it considered an experiment? It's scientific method. It's
Because
missing something there. Then
it lacks a natural phenomena. So step one in the method of scientific method, is to observe something occurring in nature, a natural phenomena. The Michelson-Morley experiment
okay,
doesn't have that.
okay, okay. What can you call the type of a test that they did? Is it just a test or observations or
or politics.
where
Uh,
everywhere I've read it, it just refers to as an experiment. That's the only reason I use that word. But
sure. I mean,
if there's a
that's
better word,
again, that's partially why you got such a stern reaction when you did, because in
hmm
terms of what that represents, that statement or that question that you just asked, it represents about 2 years of QE going into this community, if you want to call it that, and re-educating them in terms of what science actually is. Again, another not a justification as far as you're concerned, because you just got cut off, right? And you're just like, why did he cut me off? Why did he tell me why it's not an experiment rather than just shutting me down? Well, he had spent a good 2 years when he first got here training the entire community on what science is. Some people rebelling against
uh-huh,
that and saying he's wrong. Some people understanding how powerful that is. Others who, like
uh-huh.
yourself, just never come across it, which is obviously fine. He can't make you know what science is when you call things an experiment, which aren't. But
Okay.
just to,
I mean, I didn't call it. I'm not calling that an experiment. The
you are.
Wherever
No,
I've
you did.
read it
You
anywhere on
did.
the internet, it's
No,
calling it.
yeah, but
Well,
you
yeah,
did.
I
Yeah,
read it from
sure.
somewhere else, though.
I get that, but repeating it means that you own it now. That's the problem, you see. So when you say I didn't say it, I'm just repeating it.
Okay.
No.
Well, then
When you
tell
say
me what.
okay, I'm talking. When you say things, that means that you own them. They've come out of your mouth then. So when you say I didn't call it an experiment, I just repeated it through ignorance. It's like, well, then stop talking. So he stopped you talking. If you don't know what an experiment is, he's going to stop you if you're going to use that word. Now, you obviously, based on what you've told us here today, didn't know what that word meant, and you're appealing to find out, which is great. But by the same token, when someone's running a live show who's extremely disciplined in that particular subject, and someone uses a word incorrectly, they're just going to stop you. They're not going to apologise. They're not going to sit and explain something in the middle of a live stream to you. They're just going to say, no, that word's wrong. Stop. And if you don't, and say, well, whatever you like, no, you're the one using it. It's your word now. So it's not what he likes, it's what you liked, and what you liked
Okay.
was wrong, so he stopped you.
Okay.
But that's not your fault in many ways. Most people, just to make clear what I'm saying, would also assume that something labelled as an experiment in every single reference they look at is an experiment. That's not unreasonable. But that is also simultaneously the reason we've been deceived into believing we're on a ball, because the general public is under the misapprehension that science proves we're on a ball, because science, the methodology that is, and its empirical nature, that is to say it proves things, has been hijacked to pretend that things have been proven when they haven't. Hence, it's of a high degree of importance that we get that sort of terminology right, like experiment, when it isn't. It's happening right now with Antarctica. They're calling something an experiment that isn't. Same thing.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole bunch of them, whole bunch of language that's used in scientific terminology that's used or bandied around as though it's proving something from our opponents. Words like science itself, experiment, hypothesis, theory, all of these words get used incorrectly by our opponents.
Absolutely.
So yesterday we were covering Candace Owens, and in a recent declaration, so you're saying I've figured out that the science isn't trustworthy. It's like you're kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Science proves things. People have claimed they've got it when they haven't. That makes what you're actually rejecting pseudoscience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
I did feel bad for you though when it happened. I've got to be honest.
I don't know how to I would like to ask
You would like to ask what?
if I want to refer to that thing, what word should I use?
Yeah, it's titled as an experiment, but we just call it Michelson-Morley. It's not.
Okay.
It's not a
All right.
test. It's not anything.
All right.
Demonstration. It
So,
demonstrates a principle that is used in current
okay.
terms for
All
measuring
right.
things. So interferometry is quite useful, but it's just not science.
Okay. All right. All right. I've heard that before somewhere else that it wasn't a quote unquote real or a quote unquote experiment. And I I think that the natural phenomenon part, I guess, is like not everybody's I mean, anyways.
Let me just break it down for you, what science is, so you can in future recognise what is or isn't science. Break it down fairly quickly if you'd like me to.
I do know the basics, but go ahead. Yes, please.
So step one, you
Thank-
already know, observe a phenomena. Yep. Step two is to formulate something called a hypothesis, which is otherwise known as a scientific prediction. It's actually quite simple. It's just what you think will cause the thing you're studying. So you watch something happen and then go, I think this caused that phenomena that I'm studying. You with me? That's a hypothesis. I think this causes that. That being the thing you're studying, this being your assumption of something that you can vary and hope it causes the effect when you do. Yeah?
Can we give can you in your explanation can you give just like a mini little example, like a
Sure.
real just
Well,
something
I'll get
simple
you to do it.
you know.
Name anything that you have observed happen ever that isn't made by a man.
Um that isn't made by when when I hear uh I see lightning, it
Lightning, perfect. That's a
followed by
naturally,
thunder. Okay.
absolutely perfect. Lightning is a naturally occurring phenomena. That is to say, it's an effect that you can observe in nature. Ergo, that can be your dependent variable, your phenomena that you're studying. So that's your endeavour to find out the cause of lightning. So you've seen the effect, lightning, that simultaneously and instantaneously becomes your dependent variable in the hypothesis, lightning. Then you say, I think that if I vary
And
my sugar intake, I will cause lightning. Yeah? That's a legitimate hypothesis. You
mhm.
also have another thing alongside it, which is the antithesis, which is to say that if you vary my sugar content, it won't cause lightning. That's called a null or zero difference
Mm-hmm.
result, and sits alongside the prediction that you're making. So once you've got those two things, you can then actualize that prediction, vary the thing in your hypothesis that you think will cause the lightning, the phenomena that you're studying. That's called an experiment. You vary your presumed cause and see if it induces the outcome that you are studying, the effect. If it does, you've proven your hypothesis. If it doesn't, you've proven your hypothesis. You prove the null. You with me? So at the end of the process, you're
Mm-hmm.
proving something. You're proving it did or it didn't cause the effect. That's science. So it's observe phenomena, form a hypothesis, otherwise known as presuming a cause of the effect, and then varying that presumed cause. That's an experiment. After you form a theory. So once you've proven a cause and effect relationship through experimentation, you can then build a theory with that data. Yeah, that's the entirety of the scientific method.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. If it doesn't fit into that category, it isn't science.
Okay.
99% of what is claimed to be science currently isn't.
I was gonna say about a bunch of questions related to that. I'll have to think.
Examples being
How
Timotei.
yeah.
Now comes the science part. What science part? There was no naturally observed phenomena. There is no cause and effect relationship established through a hypothesis with a null, and there is no experimentation to validate that cause of a naturally occurring phenomena when you advertise the science of Timotei. There is no science.
Timotei?
Hair shampoo.
Okay.
Could do anything. Tires. It's scientifically
Mm-hmm.
proven to give you better grip with Michelin. No, they've tested, but they've hijacked the word experiment and science to make it sound like it's proven, because that's what it instills in the mind's eye of the listener. When you say any of those words, you think it's been proven.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm hear you. Stickler. Words matter too. Like you said, I think you guys were talking about. I just use words. Let's define the words first. What do we mean when we say this or that? Like let's have a definite. Let's all agree on the definition of whatever.
When
Give me
that
an example.
stops, society breaks down. When words lose
Hmm.
meanings, society
Yeah.
crumbles. We're witnessing it currently. I won't mention the specific words that are currently being twisted in the mind's eye of the public, but it is distorting society as a consequence of that. Words have meanings.
Absolutely.
What do you mean? Somebody identifies as?
I don't want to get hoisted and muted off YouTube, Neil. So no, absolutely not. It was a completely unrelated subject there.
I just want to say something.
Non-binary.
Just hang. Hold on one second.
Level.
Just hang around for a while. Don't get offended, and you will learn a lot.
Okay. Okay.
I think
I've
I
been
was
lurking in
speaking
the
to.
shadows for a long time. Go on. Sorry.
I think we were speaking yesterday, weren't we, Jenny? And just
Hmm.
going over how what Nathan's just done there was really good. That's what we're saying. Sometimes people who are coming in or fairly new, even people like myself who've been here a while, are still trying to get to grip some things in their heads. And it's good to go over it slowly sometimes, the different arguments, like the globe calculator, how it's actually a flat Earth measurement, or how latitude is actually elevation angle measurement at sea level. It's good to go over these slowly sometimes, like go back to basics and just go over it and explain to people how this argument and descriptions work, like Nathan's just done with the scientific method. So we was talking along them lines yesterday, Nathan, because Jenny was not struggling. She was just trying to
Yeah.
get some things in her mind. I was trying to explain some things, but She's just trying to learn and take things in. So that's what we was talking about.
And also beware the wolves. The ones that are claiming this Michelson Morley as an experiment because they want their ether to be real.
Mm-hmm. Well, I thought that it disproved the ether, didn't it? They couldn't. They didn't detect any.
What disproved the ether?
There's a number of ways you could interpret it. Its results is what I'd say. But
just for the benefit of my live audience, when you're not talking, even if you're back and forth with someone else, try to stay on mute. It just causes a bit of feedback if you don't.
Yep.
We're talking about the parlor trick?
I mean, it's Jenny, you're lighting up a bit when you're not talking. If the Michelson Morley, my understanding of it at least is they failed to detect what they thought they were going to detect, which is our movement in our orbit. That means you can either conclude we aren't orbiting and there is ether, or the conclusion that was reached at the time by lots of the boffins was there is no ether. They stuck with the idea we're orbiting, but some people have stuck with the idea there is ether, but if it's fixed to Earth, then, and we aren't orbiting, then you won't detect anything. So it could disprove ether, could disprove orbit, could disprove somebody's ability to detect things.
Could also be an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy in both instances. Jenny, can you just pop yourself on mute, please? You're not talking. Jenny. 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 Okay, so no choice but to server operate. Mute her. Wonderful. Walk away from somebody who's running a live stream. Leave your mic wide open, I would. Huh.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yeehaw!
Hello.
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 Is it eggshells? You got into something just before the live show started, which I'm going to reiterate, which was to say that the Netflix argument was put to us in the pre-show about ether, which is the affirming the consequent fallacy that if the Earth is turning, we will see deviation in a gyroscope. We see deviation in a gyroscope, therefore Earth is turning. And then the false dichotomy equivalent. My bad. Go ahead.
Michelson Morley was attempting to detect linear movement in our orbit.
I was in the middle of explaining what the fallacy was.
Go for it then.
You interrupted me. It's, if the Earth is turning, then we'll see deviation in a gyroscope. We see deviation in a gyroscope, therefore Earth is turning. Now, you can state the contrary, which is if Earth is turning, we'll see deviation, but we don't expect we'll see it. Oh, what do you know? We did, but that's because it's ether. That's the exact same affirming the consequent fallacy. If we have ether, we'll see deviation. We see deviation, therefore ether. Doesn't matter if you substitute the parlor trick for Michelson Morley. It's still an affirming the consequent fallacy.
Yeah, I'm not even referring to the fallacious nature of it. It's just Michelson Morley wasn't about the rotation of the Earth about its axis. It was the movement of the Earth in its orbit, which are two very different things. Still, the point you're making about the affirming the consequent is still valid. If we expect to see X, like if Y, then we expect to see X, we see X, therefore Y. It's still fallacious, but you just got the wrong example of it, right? The ring laser gyro or gyroscopes in general should detect our rotation about our axis. it is Michelson-Morley was attempting to detect the sort of extraordinary speed of our orbit doing our big old lap around the sun.
But we don't lap around the sun. That idea that Michelson-Morley's trying to validate, if that were the case, would be an extrapolation mathematically from measurements taken flat and movements of light with respect to a flat plane. So to extrapolate out orbits, obviously you need to measure everything flat in the first instance, which makes a mockery of the entire process. What's with the screen name? Anyway, eggshells are flat. Are they?
Well, until I see verifiable physical evidence of their curvature.
On eggs? I can hold an egg, they're very curvy.
Eggshells.
Even eggshells.
Egg itself is a separate question.
Yeah, fair enough.
Do you have proof of their curvature?
On the
Argument
contrary,
from
we
personal
measure Earth
experience
flat.
is fallacious, right?
Well, we measure Earth flat. So the claim of curvature comes from those measurements.
Well, Earth could be flat and eggshells could still be curved or flat. I don't think that would solve it
No,
either
Earth
way.
is.
Yeah, Earth is flat. That's how it's measured. As I say, the derivation of the sphere belief comes from those measurements.
I think months ago, but he still doesn't get it. He still thinks that he can get a 90-degree angle on the curve's baseline.
We can
really?
have a
Tell us
whole
more.
conversation about that if you can finish the thought.
What's the thought? 90-degree angle with a curved baseline. That's what you were going to show me.
90-degree angle with a curved baseline it's just not making. You need to like form it into a full thought.
Yes, but that's what you said that you can prove. You can
No,
show me. You didn't show me.
I
You
think in
didn't
full
say that.
thoughts. That is
I don't
half
think-
a thought.
I don't think you said that.
No, that was about 4 weeks ago when we were talking on 24/7, and I'm still waiting. And now he changed.
If you have a full thought, we can help debate or discuss it. But if we're stuck with you having half thoughts about things, I'm not going to be able to do the rest of your thinking for you.
Why would you be
That's an
debating
ad hom.
anyway? Aren't you both flatties? I don't understand.
No, he thinks that he can get the 90-degree angle on the curved baseline. And I said, you cannot do it. So he wants me to go to tangent first before he proves me that he can get a 90-degree from the curved base. That was the whole argument. And he cannot show me 90-degree with a curved baseline. He wants to take me always to the tangent.
You sure it's the same guy?
Eggshells is a glober, but he pretends to be a flat earther sometimes, don't you, Shells?
Yeah, I
I'll
knew he
argue
was
with
a
anybody
troll.
who's demonstrating poor reasoning
Okay, I think what he's
or
asking you
incomplete
about
thinking.
eggshells, I don't know whether or not you've had this conversation, but I'll just have it so that the audience understand. Yeah, is that if you have a globe disposition, the elevation angle measurements are supposed to be along the ground so they can have ground positions on them. Do you understand that, first of all?
Yep.
So it's a flat baseline with 90-degree below the star to your position. Yeah?
Say again? It's a flat baseline with a star 90 degrees to your position. Is that what you
GP.
said?
I started out by talking about GP positions. That was my opener.
Right.
Yeah, right. So GP position's 90 degree to your position. That's what you're measuring. Right? You understand that? Seem hesitant. You're not just saying yes when it's a stone cold fact. Yes, we're measuring a 90-degree triangle. Yes, we've got an angle to the star and an angle to the 90-degree point below it. And now you seem to be talking through me reiterating that, which I got a silence for. Do you need a yes? Yes, I understand. 90 degrees below the GP to your position. Yes?
The measurement is the word that threw me. A GP is just definitionally where a star is dead overhead.
Yeah, we're measuring
So,
a
yeah,
GP
sure.
position when we measure an elevation angle. That's what we want. We want its GP. Do you not understand how this works?
We want its GP.
Yes,
No,
the
that
ground
sounds
position.
wrong.
Yes, that's what we want.
But
No, you
we'll
don't
get its
understand this
ground
process. Why am I
position
having this
wrong.
conversation with you? It
Distance to
seems you don't
GP.
understand this process, so why am I even having this conversation with you? Why am I even talking to you?
Well,
Don't
I think
understand.
I
Stop
think you're being a
talking.
bit generous
Stop.
to yourself
Stop.
calling it a
Stop.
conversation.
Stop. You seem hesitant to agree with things that are facts, like GP positions when we measure elevation angles. You hesitated. Now you seem to be yammering through me while I reiterate that I don't want to talk to somebody if they don't understand what I'm talking about. If you don't know what we're talking about here, why are we even having this conversation? If you don't understand that GPs are below stars and that's what we're measuring when we take elevation angles, that's what we're going to be using them for. If you don't understand that, and you want to bandy words with me, then you don't understand this process. You can't just say yes. Yeah, we've got a 90 degree below the star to our position that we're measuring. If you can't just agree to that, then there's no point having the conversation with you. It's a fairly simple principle of navigation. GPs, 90 degrees to your position when you measure an elevation angle. Now, do you understand that or don't you? Last chance.
It sounds like you don't want a conversation, so I'll just.
I'm
let you
having a
keep ranting.
conversation. I'm asking you if you understand something, and you're telling me I don't know how to have a conversation. Yeah, I do. I'm asking you to
It
confirm.
sounds like you're.
It sounds like you're
your
talking straight through the middle of me,
requirement-
pointing out that you haven't confirmed something they've asked you. It seems like you're
You're having
just
a
dodging
tantrum.
the question and now rumpusing me as I reiterate the fact that you can't even bleed an answer. It's a yes or no question. You understand there's a 90 degree to your position at the GP of the star when you measure an elevation angle. It's the fourth time I've asked you.
But it's can I answer?
You
at
stuttering,
length?
globe-believing zealot. Why can't you just say yes rather than stuttering?
I want to explain to you my
I
hesitation.
don't need an explanation to a closed question.
Then no is my answer.
So, no, you don't understand that GPs have got 90 to your position.
That's not what I was saying no to.
Well, that was what I was asking. It seems like you're answering no to a question you haven't been asked then. So you're an unreasonable guy who doesn't communicate well. You don't seem to understand and comprehend questions you've been asked 4 times that are closed. You think they need explanations. Then when you give a negative answer, that's a no. It's to a question potentially that wasn't asked you 4 times. So it seems you're unreasonable, eggshells. Seems you're an unreasonable
just sounds
person
like
with a
you're very
globe
scared
belief
of
who's
having
now
a
talking to
reasonable
me, pointing out how unreasonable you are. You thought that was your opportunity to open your mouth and talk straight through me, didn't you, eggshells? Now I'm pointing out how unreasonable you are. I left a protracted silence for you to answer in the affirmative or negative when I asked you a closed question for the 4th time. You didn't answer. Now you seem to be answering while I'm talking. No, eggshells. It immediately is obvious and apparent to anybody who's listening to this that you are unreasonable. And we know why, don't we? We know why, because you're a globe believer. The guy who had an issue with you, Mogtow, whatever his name is, was pointing out that you had issues with 90s on baselines. Me, I'm asking you a direct, closed question 4 times. You stutter as an answer and then start yammering me, pointing out how unreasonable you are. No, you can't answer because Earth is flat as soon as you concede that. And then what, you think you're going to take your victory through the top of me? I haven't asked you anything. You didn't succeed in answering a closed question, Excels. That means you're now excluded from this conversation. I'm not asking you anything. You're not being invited to respond. You failed. 4 attempts isn't a reasonable man having a discussion with me. Doesn't mean I want you to yammer through the top of my conclusions. You've already demonstrated your unreasonable nature. That's the end. You don't seem to understand that. You think I can just ignore a closed question 4 times, answer a different question no, suggest I need to give an explanation to a closed question, and then continue in the discussion. No, eggshells. Now I just don't want to talk to you. We've immediately established how unreasonable and globe-believing you are. Because you can't concede a fact about measuring star positions on the ground at 90 to your position. A fact that you're going to yammer through right now. You've just yammered through it like a zealot, haven't you? Yeah, I'm concluding, zealot. That is to say we have 90 on the ground. That's how it's done. He can't just say yes to that fact. He has to rumpus the crap out of it every time it comes because it undermines his globe faith. Now, he thinks it might undermine his globe faith. Simultaneously, angle measurements to Polaris, the same exact angle measurements with 90 below Polaris, they're what give him his radial value for a sphere Earth. If you interrupt me one more time, eggshells, I'm going to remove you from this discussion. Nobody asked you anything. Good. Bugger off. Yeah? Run away when I've told you, get lost. Don't talk. Nobody's asking you anything. You had your chance to answer a question. It was pointed out in my MGTOW that you didn't want to answer it 3 weeks ago or however long. I asked you 4 times. What? No. What I'll do now is not answer it and then chant through the fact Earth must be flat for the 90 you won't concede. Immediate failure to concede by a zealot on a globe. That's what we've just had demonstrated. And what did he do as his opener? Pretend to be a flat earther. These people are scum. They're just deceivers.
If anybody thought he was a flat earther when he came in about Mickelson Morley, then you just need to check yourselves. That's a baller all the way through.
Yep. That's what I said.
My conversation with him 4 weeks ago started when he said he was talking on the 24/7 Discord, and he said latitude and GP of Polaris, and then I told him, that's when I stopped him and I told him, so GP to Polaris, so from you to the GP of Polaris is 90 degrees. He said yes. I said, how can you take it on the globe? He asked me what is the tangent. I said no, I just want you to tell me what is the 90 degree. And that's where he went. He never answered to me. He keeps telling me, oh, you don't know, you don't answer me what is tangent, I don't want to answer you, blah, 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 blah.
Tangent won't have a GP on it. It was the first thing I told him as my opener. That's why he couldn't answer me.
Yeah.
Because I already phrased it such that GPs won't have tangents on them. They won't have, tangents won't have GPs on them. You've got 1 point touching their dingling dangleberry Earth below a tangent that they claim. Why? Because they need a flat plane to measure an angle. That's why they're invoking a tangent. Well, it only touches the ground at 1 point if you believe you're on a globe. Ergo, the ground position definitely won't be that single point that you're measuring from, tangential to a plane, with a dangling globe beneath it. It's useless. It doesn't have GPs on it. So when I say, well, GP, yeah, ground position, it's 90 to you, can't get an answer because it doesn't work with a globe. It's ipso facto how it's done on a flat Earth. That's how it's functionally working. And that's where we get our globe belief from. Those angle measurements with 90 to Polaris giving you your radial value. It's a flat Earth that's measured for his belief in a sphere, but when it comes to those measurements he absolutely requires to believe in a sphere, he cannot even admit to them. He'll take us on a merry dance and tell me I need an explanation to a closed question about whether or not we got 90 to our position when we measure GPs. We do. Just not on a globe. What a great opener to the live show. Kudos.
That's what he tried with me, the tangent. Tell me what is tangent. If you don't know what is tangent, you don't know what is geometry. I don't want to talk to you. You're the stupid, blah, 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 blah. So I keep telling him, show me the curved line 90 degree with a curved line baseline. And he couldn't do it. And that's why he didn't want to talk to me. And next day he invited me to a globe Discord to discuss the...
Oh, of
this.
course! Even at the lower trench levels, the minute they get their ass absolutely handed to them, oh, come on my neutral platform, where it won't be me asking you a closed question and leaving a long protracted silence with you not answering. It'll be 15 people shutting you down and talking over you and making sure that you know how stupid you are for an hour and a half straight.
Same tactics.
And that'll be called a neutral platform, because we're biased.
That's why I didn't want to go to his game, you know. He kept asking me, tell me what is tangent. I said, but tell me what, show me the 90 degree with the curved baseline. I tell you what is tangent. I'm not running away, but show me GP 90 degree with a curved baseline. And then...
Come round the back of the bike sheds where all my mates are, and then we'll show you 90. We'll show you 90 round the back of the bike sheds.
And they talk about anything when measuring the Earth except for the surface of Earth. That's what they do. That's what they have to do.
Yeah.
Because when it's measured flat and horizontal, and they haven't got that in their paradigm. Theirs is curved, and
so they'll invite you somewhere else. An invite to a different server isn't going to help you when you're asked about 90 to your position. Shh, Globus. Don't mention 90.
Would the GP vertical of a point at the North Pole and a point at the equator be parallel?
Say that again.
Yes. Both verticals will be parallel. Verticals are vertical.
No. But would a
It's in the middle of answering
would
you.
a GP
It seems like
Argument is over.
he's in the middle of answering you, and in the middle of his answer, he's got no through the top of his answer. Would this be best served? This question, if would it be best served if your question was answered on a neutral platform where the answer didn't come at all? Would that be easier? He's answering you. Shut your mouth, globe-believing zealot. Clearly, immediately identifying what you are. Right? Correct? That's a closed question. Yeah. Correct? Yeah. So you've immediately chanted through the answer you asked for because it's painful. So it's easier to ask the question and then leave it hanging out there with no one answering it. Alternatively, you'll chant through it.
Sorry, I interrupted.
Just remove this asshole.
Sorry, I interrupted.
Remove him. Just remove him.
I interrupted.
Just remove him. No, you can't interrupt. Don't you understand? Brian was in the middle of answering, you dumbass. And now you are again talking through me telling you off. Yeah, he's going to get his chance to answer you. That doesn't mean, oh no, this painful answer destroys the globe, therefore I better start talking through it. Yeah, that's what you need your neutral platforms for, zealot. So when Brian starts delivering an answer, 5 people can start talking straight through it. On a neutral platform that absolutely won't leave anybody getting any flat earth questions delivered to them in their full entirety. No, on a neutral platform, that would be tolerated, wouldn't it? Illness. No, you'll get the answer to your question. You'll shut your bleeding mouth while you get it. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Nathan. Yes, a vertical, as you said, at the North Pole and a vertical at the equator will be parallel to each other because all verticals and all horizontals are parallel to each other. And all verticals create horizontal. All the horizontal creates vertical. Because 90 degrees to a horizontal is always a vertical. 90 degrees to a vertical is always horizontal. You can't have one vertical not be parallel to another vertical. Now, maybe you wanted to change your question to zenith, as if that's going to change anything. It's not. There is no globe. The measurements are flat. That's the end of that. Thanks, Nathan.
So that didn't answer the question. Would the vertical at the North Pole and the vertical at the equator be relatively parallel, and can you prove that?
Be parallel, they'd be exactly parallel, because all verticals are parallel to each other.
No, they're not. They're not.
That's what parallel means.
Yes, they are. You don't understand what the word vertical, you don't understand geometry. I don't think
vertical is not synonymous
you don't know
to
what
parallel.
You're talking about, obviously. You obviously don't know what you're talking about.
Relatively vertical. If something somehow...
Yes.
There's only vertical or not vertical.
Yeah, you got your answer.
There isn't, though.
Yes, there both parallel.
Yes, there is. Something is either vertical or it's not.
Can you prove that they are parallel, like physically?
All verticals, as an axiom, are parallel to every other vertical. All verticals are 90 degrees to horizontal. Right? So that means both those verticals will be 90 degrees to the same horizontal.
All right, if you took the hour hand of a clock...
He's asked you something, he's put something to you. He suggested you don't know the definition of vertical. At right angles to a horizontal plane. That's what it means.
It doesn't have to be a right angle.
That's the definition, you stupid globe-believing zealot. Doesn't have to be. What, doesn't have to be the definition? It's the definition, you stupid man.
Let me see.
So you're going to ask me to prove an axiom? Go out and prove this axiom that meets the definition that I'm challenging. Yeah, your question is basically a defiance of the definition, mate. Idiotic. Do you understand? You're asking us to prove that we haven't got a violation of an axiomatic principle. That's what you're asking for. Wow, idiotic. Typical globe believer. Obviously, he felt, while he asked us whether or not we could prove we have axiomatic principles or not, he thought it was worthy of chanting through what he got in reply, and feels it's worthy to open his bleeding mouth now, while I'm pointing out how stupid he is. You think that's your time to talk? Not in one of the protracted silences. No. While he's being demonstrably demonstrated as stupid. Yeah, you are idiotic. You're asking us whether or not your idea of a violation of an axiomatic principle can be proven as an axiomatic principle by us. How stupid that is.
I'm saying, in a hypothetical situation...
We're not in a hypothetical situation. We've got definitions of vertical, you stupid man. At right angles to a horizontal plane. This isn't a hypothetical. It's a definition, you stupid man.
I'm making a hypothesis.
Oh, really?
You're not making a hypothesis.
Dumb globe believer thinks he's making a hypothesis.
So
No, you're
hear me
not.
out.
You wouldn't know what the word meant. You don't know what vertical meant. Chances of you knowing what a hypothesis is absolutely zero.
He's just exposing himself. Let him go.
So, in the hypothetical situation that there was a ball...
Don't care.
And the North Pole...
Don't care.
We
are dealing with physics and reality. Shut your mouth. We're not dealing with hypothetical scenarios here. We deal with physics and the nature of reality, not ballers and their stupid hypothetical scenarios. I'm not interested. Go to some Imagination Land forum where you can imagine hypothetical scenarios and argue about them. We deal with physics
Do you not
here.
want to go through
Shut up! You're being told to stop based on your inability to read the room. You're in a physics forum, not an imagination forum.
Physics forum.
Nathan, his first question was, would a vertical at the North Pole be parallel to a vertical at the equator? Now, they are two geometric or geographical positions, right?
I didn't say
the equator and the North Pole. Excuse me,
shut your mouth. Can someone serve me this complete arsehole who's decided that he's going to destroy what Brian is saying? Because obviously it's his turn to talk through the top of Brian with his stupid questions.
He's mischaracterizing what I said.
That means shut up. It doesn't mean chant through me telling you to shut up. It means shut up.
Yeah. He spoke about, he said, if we had a vertical at the North Pole and another vertical at the equator, would they be parallel? Then he tried to change history by changing that around to a relative vertical, whatever the hell that is. He'd have to cite that one. And then it was for us to prove whether these two verticals could be parallel, right, to each other, even though it's an axiom of geometry. Now he wants to move into some hypothetical situation. It's like he started off asking us about reality, then he realised he had nowhere to go with that, and he wants to bring us into some heap of nonsense fantasy world that he has absolutely zero validity for. And we're the
conjecture.
Excuse me, what was that? Yeah, see, he said something. Then when he's asked what was it, he doesn't say anything. This is the usual stuff with them.
I said conjecture.
Now it's okay. Now it's cause audio issues. That's what we're at now.
Yeah, so based on the question, yeah, we do have vertical lines that you could drop a plumb from at both the equator and at the North Pole, and based on the axiomatic principle, they absolutely would be parallel with one another. It's an axiomatic principle. Also, further to that, the measurements of Polaris for latitude prove the fact. You have to have a zenith position to measure when you're taking latitude measurements off a flat Earth. Those are facts.
Parallel zeniths are used all the time in aerospace, surveying, celestial navigation. Right? Zeniths are always vertical, they're always 90 degrees to horizontal, to the same horizontal plane, and they're used as parallel, because that's what two verticals are. Always parallel to each other, and any two horizontals are parallel to each other. He's asking us to prove that those verticals are parallel to each other. The ones that they're using, like for, let's just say, coming into land in an airplane, or for the determination of elevation in surveying, or for the measurement of an elevation angle in celestial navigation, that we're supposed to prove that they're vertical. The only way for us to prove they were vertical would be the horizontal baseline that's connecting the two of them to not be horizontal and to be an arc length. Now, do you think you could do that, Nathan? Could you prove horizontals are arc lengths and not horizontals?
They're not.
Could you, yeah.
Oh, wasn't that fun?
The
So
first guy as well, this
hypothetically,
guy Eggshells. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, he doesn't
Dude,
listen to me.
sorry.
When I literally told him 2.5 minutes ago, I don't want to care. We're in a physics forum. We're dealing with physics, the physical reality.
so let's do some physics.
He's not listening. Doesn't care. Going to pile on anyway.
So hypothetically,
No,
okay,
no, not okay.
why not?
Because we
Why
deal
not?
with. It's like he's deaf, dumb, and stupid. I've already explained
Go
to
on,
you
why not?
3 times, and now you're talking through me going, why not, while
Well,
I
it's not
explain that
your
I've already
freaking
told you 3
show.
times. Neil's been triggered to do the same thing, of course. Because we're in a physics forum. We deal with physics and reality. Physics. The
So let's do that.
study of the... There's him yammering again through the answer he's getting. That he's already had 4 times. This is the 4th. We're
Just keep
8.
saying
Physics,
nothing,
there's the
though.
5th attempt
You
with
just
him talking
keep
straight through the
saying
top of it.
nothing.
There's him talking, because obviously
I'd
him
like to
asking a
have the
direct question
discussion, but
that
you
he's
just
had the
keep
answer
saying
to 4
nothing. Doesn't
times
matter.
requires a couple of people talking straight through the middle of the actual answer. On a neutral globe forum, this would be perfectly acceptable. Maybe the host would step in to say that there's been chaos that I've caused. Now, I'm answering you. It's the same answer you had the 3 times, no, 4 previously, no, 5 previously that you've interrupted the last 3 in the last 30 seconds. Why won't I accept a hypothetical? Because we deal with reality, not hypothetical
Science
scenario.
starts
There's
with
the 6th attempt.
hypotheticals.
6th attempt to say it.
You
with a
said it
zealot
earlier. You
globe believer
literally said
chanting
it at the
through me.
beginning of the
6th
show.
attempt with a
Science starts
zealot
with
chanting through me.
hypotheticals.
No, you're no longer
You
taking part
literally
in this
said this.
discussion. Can one of the server moderators permanently remove this person from the discussion? Just take him off the line. I don't
Oh,
want
you're
to hear
such a
him ever
pussy,
again.
man.
One of the server moderators remove this
Bye-bye.
person that is still literally,
Bye-bye.
in me appealing for him to be removed, deciding that the best way to deal with that is to continue the behaviour he's being removed for. No, you are intolerable, like every single globe believer we ever have come to us. They simply don't want the answer. We give him the first time, the first rendition of why I won't accept a hypothetical, because we're a physics forum. After the 4th and 5th and 6th and 7th rendition, what are we getting? We're getting him chanting through the justification for stopping him, because if he does that, in his mind, it won't have come and he can carry on giving his hypothetical. Yeah? Because he hasn't heard it, therefore it wasn't delivered to him 8 times. These people are unreasonable. We're dealing with unreasonable people. Yeah? Now, these unreasonable pricks who instantly lose in our presence want to put themselves in a scenario where they have control of the mic 100% of the time, and any attempt to obfuscate a reasonable response to them can be shut down in an instant with justification from any quote-unquote moderation team that will shut me down trying to give my answer. That's what they need to have a perceived win, because they can't win. That's the only way to get a perceived win. It's to chant through anything that comes back at them. Anything, literally. Literally, we haven't had a single response today. We've been on air for over half an hour, and not one response from a globe questioner has been tolerated. Not one.
Well, what's funny, the first guy down, Nathan, this guy Eggshells, and he asking you, how would you prove that eggshells are curved? It's like, that was like, what he was trying to say there is, they produce a load of evidence of curvature for us, and we ask them for the evidence of curvature that we supposedly have, denied their evidence. There is no curvature. You can't have evidence for something that isn't there. That guy was trying to insinuate, like, in some kind of a smart ass way that, we deny the evidence for curvature. There is none. There is none. It's been almost a decade. No evidence. Sorry.
I thought it was too big.
Yeah.
Too big to measure the curvature? What's wrong with you guys? Maybe you guys should debate each other. Like the guys who think it's too big to measure curvature and the guys who think it's curved. Maybe you guys should debate each other first before checking us out.
To Flat Out Truth, he said, Eggshell's argument was thin like one. Thank you for the super chat.
Anyway, good morning.
Morning.
Chocolate.
Clever buggers, that's what we've got. So this is what we deal with in 2024 when it actually comes to people who come and present their globe arguments to us. What are they actually doing? Are they pretending to be flat earthers to get some sort of tactical advantage? I mean, does that strike you like the behaviour of somebody that's actually got a coherent argument to make? Oh, I know, I'll go in and pretend to be a glober. I don't need to do that. One deck, can you mute, please? I had to server mute you. Thanks.
Yeah, what is it with this trend that seems to be going on now? It was going on in the past, but not to the degree it's going on now, where globers are turning up trying to pretend to be flat earthers. Where do they think that's going to get them?
And they show their hand right away. He came in talking about Michelson-Morley and the Earth's orbit. That don't sound like a flat earther to me.
All you have to do is bring up Lake Pontchartrain and how flat it is, and they'll be exposed immediately. You know, something like that, something that they're instantly triggered by. And they are triggered so easy. So easy. Just one word or one sentence, and they're out it immediately.
90.
Like, people sorry?
Like 90.
Yeah, like 90 degrees. Although not as much, because they're all... See, this is the other thing I wanted to say, but I couldn't talk. And you got into it with the guy anyway, so I didn't want to get involved. They want to have an argument about how you can have 90 degrees to a curved surface with a tangent. See, as long as you're arguing with that with them, you're technically moving away from the actual argument, which is the surface of Earth. Because they're going into a geometric argument that you could solve on GeoGebra, right? But we're talking about Earth itself and the surface of it and the use of that surface and what that surface has to be for us to do what we do. Or, well, not what we do, but what celestial navigation do and others. So that's where they'd rather have an argument about how you can geometrically get using a tangent plane, blah, 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 moving it away, just like this guy with his hypothetical fantasy, moving it away from reality. That's all they want to do. Let's bring it back to the actual surface, the real physical, tangible surface, right? Where's your curve? There. How are we using that as a horizontal baseline? If it's a curved surface, how are we doing that?
It isn't. That's why I immediately ask them about GPs, because it's clue is in the title, ground position. It's on the end of the line that you're measuring, which they call a tangent. Well, if it's a ground position, it's got to be on the ground. It's not going to be on your tangent in space. As soon as you point that out to them, they're screwed. They haven't got anywhere to go. They won't then concede to 90, because if you haven't got them to concede that off the bat, they'll say, oh yeah, you can have 90 to my tangent.
What they want to do is place a tangent at the observer's position and a tangent at the GP position and create two 90-degree angles there, right, that they can't call horizontal. They'll try and call them horizontal and vertical, even though those claimed horizontals and verticals won't be parallel to each other, so they're not horizontal and vertical. You have a sphere, you can't have that. But they'll try and give you the impression that they're going along with you, but they're just creating two tangents. That's all they're doing. And between those two tangents, those 2 points, those tangents are touching, there's a big arc length of curvature. That's what they do when you try to bring up that. So it's the full distance between the observer and that GP point. That's the thing. So what about that distance? How do we know what we're measuring? Because that's what they want to do. Now, they won't get away with it with you so easy, but that's what they'll try and do with everyone else. They try and gradually bring in tangents. Not that, you know what I mean?
It's like I said, right.
Yeah, but isn't tangent begging the question?
Yes.
It is, but they won't say it even. They won't be even saying that at the start.
They're not going to say tangent to a globe, I'm assuming, by way of begging the question. But yes, Neil, absolutely. Tangent, so we're taking a straight line that we assume is our baseline for this angle. Yes. But that's tangent to a ball you assume dangling below that line that we're using in the angle measurement. Yes. Why? It's not part of the angle measurement. Why would we assume that there's a single point that won't give us a line for an angle with a line that is the angle tangent to a ball that isn't the ground that we're actually measuring? Why would we do that? Well, the answer is we don't. We just measure an angle with respect to the surface. That's your baseline. That's what's actually done. There is no globe involved. If they want to claim that that surface that you're actually measuring is somehow tangent to a ball dangling beneath, Well, then we're not using the ball dangling beneath. You're just assuming it. What we are using is a claim to be tangent line, but that won't have ground positions on it, and that's what we're trying to achieve.
That's why
They're doing
it was
everything
fun.
except for measuring curvature.
Yeah, right. Do this by measuring curve then. No, we'll take a tangent to space that's flat. So you're going to measure something flat. Why not just measure your curve for part of this process? Oh, we wouldn't do that. We'd assume it's dangling beneath a flat plane that we're actually measuring for 90.
But that's what caused John Refracted to become a flat earther. Of course, when he realized there was no measurement, game over.
Mig, can you go on mute if you're not
Yeah,
talking?
that was my position with
go on.
Eggshell when I was when he was talking with somebody and he was telling him about latitude and GP of the Polaris and latitude 90 degree, and when he said the 90 degree, and that's when I went into the conversation. I said, so 90 degrees, two straight lines. He said, no, it can be curved. And that's why he wanted to always take me to the tangent. And I said, no, I don't want to go to the tangent. Show me that you are taking 90 degree on the curved baseline. And he couldn't show me. He said, oh, you don't understand the geometry because you don't know what is tangent. I said, I didn't say I don't know tangent, but I don't want to go there. I don't want to play your game. But you said that you can show me the 90 degrees on the globe. And I told him even after that, you can put a tangent or you can take an angle to the curved line, but not from the curved line. You put a tangent, but not from it, to it. But this
Spot
was
on.
the next day after so many hours of talking to him, and he was always, I don't know, they trying to just deceive. They think that we are stupid or something. I don't know.
No, what's happened is it's not that they're trying to deceive. They've accepted that explanation, flawed though it is. And when they put it to you and you overcome it, that's when they need to rumpus because it's challenging their own integrity. Because they've accepted that as a decent explanation for how a globe would work. When you point out no 90, it's better that that isn't heard, chanted through, you don't understand. It's just projection. They've accepted that as a decent explanation. Pointing out as wrong just means you're wrong. They couldn't be wrong because they've accepted it. That's the explanation that keeps them with their ball faith. How could it be wrong? Earth is obviously a ball, and when I state this and you challenge it, that's not fair. I'm going to chant through you. I'm going to interrupt this. That's their attitude. It's just projection.
Exactly. It's like they show what they are. It's like they're not honest. They just want to attack you.
Yeah, we're measuring from the surface. They want tangency to a ball, they assume. When you highlighted the from and to, it's immediately that tells me, Mig, that you know exactly what you're talking about in this argument.
What they do is they pre-assume. One sec.
One deck, then Brian, although Brian did get in first. Go on one deck.
No, it's nothing major. I'm just saying it's you had to kick them out, but it does just highlight. I mean, if they was able to talk a bit more, even though there was rumpusing, it does highlight to the audience. This is what they're saying. It's exposing them basically. I just laugh when I listen to them now. It's just pathetic what they're coming out with.
They have this pre-assumption that we know it's a globe because this is actually what is given to people as globe evidence. Oh, we know it's a globe, right? Now, that's the very thing that was challenged back in 2014, actually. That was the very thing that was challenged, and for many times before that. But just in recent times, that was the very thing that was challenged, and no evidence was produced. But these people have this, we know it's a globe. So they come in thinking that we're idiotic and we must be wrong. And then they can't prove their globe. And they don't know how to handle it. So they try and rumpus, try and get smart, try and be dishonest. But the main problem is they're coming in pre-assuming that we know it's a globe. And then when it comes to proving that globe they're claiming that they supposedly know about, or we, whoever we are, it must be the whole body of science, these idiots think. And then they can't prove it. They have nothing. Nothing.
Yeah,
That's
well,
why they want
they will be
relative verticals. Sorry, go on.
I'm just saying that, yeah, they've got nothing, but they've got horizontal lines, tangent lines, and elevation angles. That's all they've got for the globe, which is actually a flat Earth measurement. That's it.
Well, that's the truth, you see. That's the problem they have now, isn't it? It's
and even then, that doesn't work. I mean, that'll acquire an angle off a baseline that hasn't got GPs on it, but it still doesn't function for the reason I gave. It doesn't have GPs on it, so they've still got to functionally move it into hell at the equatorial/extended celestial plane to get it to actually work with ground positions. So it still doesn't work on a ball, even if you're getting angles to a sphere with tangency. You've still got to put it in the ball to get it to actually work.
Yeah, once you measure the distance horizontally between the observer and the GP point of the celestial body, you then move that horizontal measurement down to the center of their globe. And when you do that, mathematically, it gives them a calculated arc length distance. Who cares? We don't need any of that. We just got the actual measurement on the surface of a horizontal plane. We don't need their globe for anything. It's unnecessary.
Yeah. I used to say redundant, but it isn't, because redundant would imply that it's got some secondary function if the first function fails. No, it's utterly surplus to requirement when taking the angle measurement on screen with a GP 90 degree to your position. That's what an elevation angle measurement is. That's what develops our latitude system. That's what gets stretched around a ball. These angle measurements off a flat Earth.
Exactly. It all starts with a flat plane for everything they do. And it ends up with a flat plane. With them. They have to always end up with a flat plane. Start and end up with a flat plane. They mathematically place a globe or a circle or whatever in between, you know what I mean? In between, in the middle of the process. But everything they do, like what? Give me globe evidence. What's their globe evidence? Can anyone come up with anything?
Well, we know what it is. We know the full origins. Take an angle measurement to Polaris, put that angle measurement inside a dome-based system with the stars projected out from the two parallel planes you measured them from, Polaris-centric. Then you do the same for the south and infer that there's a similar point in the south that the stars rotate about to give you a south-centric system. You then sandwich those two antipodal systems of a flat Earth with a perspective view, antipodally one on top of the other. So two flat planes, one upside down from the other. From there, you can apply Haversine and can convert those points in the sky to be points with respect to a radial value derived from the minimum elevation angle of Polaris. With that, you can project 2 points, one on the celestial sphere from the plane, one on an inferred globe from the plane, with you standing to measure the angles through it from hell. Then you've got a globe wrapped around the equatorial plane with an extended plane moving out from it, with the two antipodal systems now inferred to be a globe-shaped system. That's what we call the globe burger. That's how they actually do it. That's their actual evidence and basis for their globe belief.
Well, what they do is the Russian dolls where you have the big one and then there's a smaller one inside and a smaller one inside of that. Well, they have just a very basic version of that. They have the celestial dome and they just place a hemisphere in between you and that celestial dome, which is only mathematical, by the way. There is no celestial dome. But just so, their globe is also only mathematical. That's why they place it there. There's no dome sky. That's just a way of depicting, the perspective in orthographic, for what a star appears to do or whatever. From your 90 down to your 0. There isn't actually a celestial dome. But they still try and place half a hemisphere in between you and the observer orthographically, and that celestial dome on a piece of paper or a diagram. That's their proof.
Yeah.
Or
they need a flat
you
Earth
could
more
go
than we do.
hang on, sorry. You could go to Jesse Kozlowski and Larry Scott, the two surveyors, who said they measured divergent zeniths while sharing the same horizontal plane. They had a shared horizontal.
Oh, let me get
and
it
then there are
straight.
two diverging verticals.
They
Sorry, go on.
describe the amount of divergence with respect to the plane that they're shared, correct?
Yeah, they started off with two verticals, and then they used a radius for a globe that's smaller than their actual globe. Adam will go through it with you. We have to go through it someday. But
Sounds like a laugh.
their diverging zeniths were coming from a shared horizontal.
I love it. Well, that's the problem, isn't it? You can't describe divergence, regardless if you're claiming it's divergent zeniths, which is a nonsense in and of itself. But if you're going to claim them, you've got to describe either the divergence or the deviation from the horizontal or the vertical in the first instance. Now, when you're describing Earth curvature, the same principle applies. To describe Earth curve, it's a deviation from the horizontal plane of reference. That means you must have a horizontal plane of reference to describe it deviating from. Earth curve requires a plane to describe it from.
Absolutely.
This is exactly what that guy told Terrence Howard on that show on Joe Rogan the other day, when he said like everything in known existence curves somehow, but then he doesn't understand that you need the linear to describe how things deviate from that.
Exactly. Now, typically I wouldn't take recommendations for videos from the chat, but when it's Paula, it's a different story. I know how well she vets things. So from the chat, thank you very much, Paula, or Bible U. Subscribe today. She does have a YouTube channel. She produces a lot of content, so check her out. She's in the chat. I'm sure she'll spam a link to her own channel, so you can check out hers. But she has recommended this that came out a couple of days ago. Now, we actually covered Level Earth Observer on this exact same subject about 2 weeks ago, so I can only assume this is different to what we've already covered. But I'll do again what I did 10 minutes ago when I thought we were going to start covering this, which is to say, send him a nice message. It's nice to be doing a friendly. Been a couple recently, Eric DeBay and now this guy again, which is great. It's nice to be sending people to people on our own side with positive, genuine comments where I can encourage you to legitimately subscribe to this person and leave him a like, as I will do now. Also, leave him a comment. It helps him in the YouTube algorithm. This is obviously a hot topic at the moment. This video's had almost 3,000 views from a 13,000 subscriber-based channel. So this is a really good video in terms of its pickup. So yeah, definitely help it along in the algorithm. Leave it more comments. Leave it some replies to other comments. I've dragged out this call to action so that people who are in the live stream chat right now actually do this right now. And there's well over 100 people watching, 107. So please toddle along to Level Earth Observer's video and let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. The video we're going to be covering is The Final Experiment Just Lost All Credibility. And as I say, this was recommended by Bible U from the YouTube live stream chat. So, without further ado, that's
Can I just say something about Level Earth Observer? He's a terraplane operator, and that's when he got into this. What absolutely changed his mind completely is that there's no way he could use that terraplane on a rotating globe. It would be impossible. He said, and the terracranes that are close to him or on other construction sites must be parallel to his terracrane.
Is that the contents of this video? Because I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, I'm just saying Level Earth Observer. That's who he is. He's a terraplane operator. I said that at the very start.
I didn't know. I didn't understand that right. So you're giving a bit of background to the videographer. Oh, cool. I did not know that.
Yeah, he said there's no way he could operate a terraplane on a rotating globe. It requires a stationary plane.
Very cool. Nice to get some backstory.
Final experiment has just lost all credibility. I hear you. Most of you are shouting out it didn't have any credibility in the first place.
It didn't have any credibility in the first place. Oh yeah. Sorry.
Admittedly, citing an observation as an experiment isn't going to do your credibility any good, was it?
Bob on. Absolutely spot on. Right. If we see this... Yeah, go.
I just said I like this guy already.
Yeah, Level Earth Observer's great.
Whatsoever, particularly the angle Will Duffy was going. But what I'm about to show you now
Angle? Was that some reference to the angle above the horizon? Maybe not.
Yeah, isn't too great, to put it mildly. Bear with me. I'm quickly over at Will's channel, The Final Experiment. I just wanted to show you the very first video he made, The Final Experiment of A History, Part 1 of 6. The very first video he made was 4 months ago, just over 4 months ago, okay? So we've got that as a timeline. Okay.
Just for my audience's benefit, you did actually go to his video and leave him a comment and like and subscribe. I hope you did actually follow that call to action. I know people will listen to things like this and go, well, I'm a viewer. I'm just going to view. No, go and subscribe to him. What are you doing?
Okay, so I'm over at the Concho Valley website. The Concho Valley is a local news and weather channel, I believe. This is the headline that caught my eye. Important notice to customers of William Duffy stroke WD Well Strategies. Now, this is from 5 weeks ago, approximately, May the 22nd, 2024. Remember, Will's channel was started up over 4 months ago. So this...
I'm absolutely intrigued. Does anybody know where this is going?
No, I don't know. I haven't had a clue.
Okay.
Yes, I heard it.
Say again?
Yeah, I heard it last night.
Okay. So you know where this is going. Let's see.
This has come about since Will started up his Final Experiment, and this has come to light literally the last 5 weeks, where this important notice has been put out, where we've got this insurance. I believe it's we got an investment loss attorneys asking for customers of Will Duffy to come forward, as they're obviously doing an investigation. National Investment Loss and Securities Attorneys Clayman Tosks is investigating Emerson Equity and financial advisor William Duffy after his recommendations of GWG bonds and other alternative investments caused...
Does this actually have any relevance? This is starting to look a bit like, okay, how does this bear any relevance on what he's doing? Hope he connects this together.
the family to suffer up to $1 million in damage.
Go on, Brian.
Just saying that it seems to be a situation where he's showing that Will Duffy has some questionable business dealings. It's more of a character assassination.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't end like this. I hope this gets directly connected to his claims in the regard that we deal with, because I couldn't care less about this personally. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, for me, character assassination doesn't matter. Sorry, okay, computer.
Yeah, no, it has no bearing. It's just, yeah, slagging him off because he's got money problems.
I don't know if this is relevant to us. We'll carry on. Hopefully he does connect it. We'll see.
Damages. The law firm urges all current and former customers of William Duffy and Emerson Equity who suffered investment losses with these bonds or any other investment to contact the firm immediately. It's not looking good, is it, Will? Your global theory is impossible.
It's completely non sequitur. Oh, what a disappointment.
Yeah, I mean, am I surprised that Will Duffy has some questionable business dealings? No, absolutely not. Not from his demeanour. He instantly struck me as someone who would. But that doesn't, like, maybe the implication is that he's going to try and rip people off of money with this whole thing, or the fact that he's a con man in this way, or possibly, I can't say he's a con man legally, but the fact that he's being investigated this way means that he's not trustworthy in another way. Fair enough, I would say that. But that doesn't mean that he's not going to go and bring people with him to whatever Antarctica is to try and see whatever they're looking to see. One doesn't follow the other.
Yeah, it's non sequitur. It makes no difference to his claim using and affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy when he goes to Antarctica, because there's a speculative claim that we'll see an observation of a 24-hour above the horizon sun in the Antarctic summer. Well, if P, Earth, the sphere, then Q, 24-hour sun above the horizon, we went down, and Q, 24-hour sun above the horizon, according to them, therefore Earth, a sphere. That's the actual fallacy that's being employed. Now, that's the argument. His argument is that if he sees this observation, it'll affirm the consequent. No, it won't. It's a fallacy. The one is non sequitur to the other in the fallacy. One doesn't necessarily follow the other. It doesn't follow that if we observe a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, that is indicative of a sphere Earth. They say, if we assume that when we travel south we are antipodal from our original position, therefore the observation of a 24-hour sun affirms our antipodal assumption of a sphere. That's how they phrase it to make themselves believe that this is proving sphericity. It doesn't. If it did, the 24-hour sun, prove a globe, then you just go to the north, because there's easily attainable documented proof that that occurs. I've got some of it. It's really easy to get, because it really does happen. Therefore, lots of people see it happening. Now, why aren't we using the north sun above the horizon in a 24-hour period? That is to say, a midnight sun, when it's supposed to be dark, nighttime. We've still got the sun up. Why don't we use the north? Well, because we haven't got the insertion of assuming that we're antipodal on a globe when we observe it. So we've got to go south so we can assume we're upside down from where we began. Then when we see the 24-hour sun, we affirm our assumption of antipodal positioning, of course. Now, if the guy who says that is a convicted fraudster and spent 20 years in jail, came out and then took up this particular line of work, would it be in any way relatable? This guy just got out of jail and now he says, if P then Q, Q therefore P. The jail bit's irrelevant. Doesn't matter. I mean, I'm not suggesting this guy's been to jail for anyone who's about to sue me. I'm not suggesting that. But by comparison that's more extreme, it wouldn't matter if he'd served time for something in the past that had been shown to be absolutely fraudulent. Who cares? His claim is that we see 24-hour sun with an antipodal assumption. That's it. That's all we've got to deal with. There might be a connection.
Can I just say...
There is a bit more to this video. We're only 2/3 of the way through, by the way. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, can I just say that flat earthers are in danger of doing to the ballers what the ballers do to them, which is character assassinate them. All that should matter is actual evidence. Now, would I put my money in the hands of this Will Duffy guy? I personally wouldn't, but that's not financial advice. That's you make your own choices on that. But whether he did or didn't do business correctly in other ways or with other people has no bearing on whether he's going to show us a 24-hour sun or not. That's all I'm interested in. He's claiming that this is going to show us this. He's going to show us this thing and it's going to prove a globe. Well, I want to see him first show it, then I want to see him prove a globe with it. That's really all I'm interested in. I'm not going to get caught in the trap of trying to character assassinate him because that's giving the ballers a way out. Why are you giving the ballers a way out?
Right.
Character assassinating him is not going to work. That's what they did to us. Leave them do that. We'll stick with facts and evidence.
I mean, there are occasional examples where there are certain individuals on our opposing side who will do nothing but character assassinate us. And every so often there's an opportunity for us to have a little jab back when they do something wrong in the moment, present tense. Now he's saying this is that moment. It's like, has this guy been attacking your credibility? Has he been appealing to how illegitimate you are in this regard? I doubt it. You know, all I've seen of this Will Duffy guy is what we've covered when we covered him before he was doing this, which I was unaware of till QE pointed it out. We'd already actually covered him once. But that's it. That's our focus. Now, like Brian says, be careful you don't become the monster that you're fighting against. This is what they do. Now, you might turn around and go, well, you called Craig a woman-beating convicted violent criminal. Well, yeah, he is, and he spends most of his time attacking people on our side in terms of their personality, their perceived wrongdoings, invented wrongdoings, you name it. It's all personality. It's all personal attacks. So, yeah, once in a while, yeah, you will get your jab in. But if someone turned around and said, well, that didn't help your argument, I would say, yeah, you're right. Sinking to their level doesn't help our argument. And it doesn't. It's a laugh once in a while when the shoe's on the other foot for somebody who's an arsehole to people in terms of attacking them personally constantly. So in those instances, the argument still stands. Be careful you don't become the monster.
You've cited an observation as an experiment, and now your financial past is coming back to haunt your current future. And as a result, any credibility which anyone may have thought you did have.
I don't even agree with that. I mean, if this guy, I've heard this guy's a millionaire. So he's probably got a whole bunch of businesses running. And if you've got a whole bunch of businesses, there's going to be a good chance that at some point somebody claims that you're doing something you shouldn't be, and you end up in court fighting your position, and you may or may not win, you may or may not end up settling. There's a whole bunch of stuff that goes on in business. Does that directly affect this guy in his credibility when it comes to a 24-hour sun argument? It has absolutely no bearing on it whatsoever.
Can I just get some clarification?
Yeah.
This supposed final experiment, is that what this is? Is it to look for the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Is that the observation being claimed as an experiment? Is that what's going on?
I can't confirm or deny. This Will Duffy guy left a comment on one of my videos, and I responded to him asking him for his independent variable, dependent variable, and null for his experiment. And he didn't give me one. He didn't offer any of the above. So I can't confirm or deny.
My stance on it, and I made a video about this, is that using the word experiment is a red herring. It's like a trigger word for flat earthers, because they know it's not an experiment, number one. But moreover, what this whole thing is an attempt, number one, to take the heat off the borders, because they're under serious heat at present. But number two, they're looking to see something that allows them to then hand wave away the past 10 years of destruction that they've got. That's the problem I have with it, because that's what they're looking to do. They're looking for a reason to hand wave away all the destruction they got at our hands for 10 years. And that's all they're at.
Okay, I've got another one that's been sent from 10th. Is this the same
Hey,
deal?
hey.
Go ahead.
Hi, everybody.
Good
Yeah,
to have you.
this is. Yeah, good morning. Real quick, I got this across my feed, and this is Will Duffy himself. So I think the one Paula sent I hadn't seen until today, but it is about his credibility. But let's just take him with his own video that he made when trying to represent what he did concerning this whole Antarctica trip.
Now this is more like it. So this is about specifically him in regards to what he's doing in Antarctica and being caught out credibility-wise in that example explicitly, right?
Yes, it's a very short video, played in full, and basically it falls apart because his defense is so weak that the only thing logically you can ascertain is that he knew exactly what he was doing and he had to lie about the lie. That's the way it seems to me. But go ahead and make your own mind.
Okay, well, I've got to do a bit of a call to action first. So this YouTube videographer is called Robot Polisher. The video is called Pastor Will Duffy. Pastor's in quotes. He is a pastor. Okay, well, it's in quotes. Pastor, in quotes, Will Duffy of the, quote, final experiment, end quote, lies during apology for lying. What a tile. Anyway, before I do press play, I've just posted a link to this videographer. As always is the case, please let this videographer know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Leave him a positive comment. Subscribe. I know this guy's a friendly. I recently subscribed to him. He's got a bit of an affinity with Witsit, and therefore I don't know if that's going to turn out to be a problem, but we'll find out in future. Anyway, he does produce some material for this subject. Definitely worth a sub, I feel. I've subscribed to him, as you can probably see. Can you? Yeah, you can. So yeah, drop him a like, drop him a comment, help him along in the YouTube algorithm by commenting and replying to other people's comments. And hopefully, if you are actually watching live, there's 130 people watching, you will actually do this. That is to say, I'm not just saying it for the sake of it. My call to action is sincere. If you are watching live, do it now. You can see that comment going by in the chat as we speak. So click on it and go and give him a sub. Go and give him some love. Let him know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. And hopefully, were Robot Polisher to make a video response in this regard, he would put a link to our video. As is the hope with every single person we ever do a response video to. But hopefully, with that being said, that's enough time for people to have actually clicked on that link, given him a sub, left him a comment, left him a like, and then toddle their way back here to actually hear what the video's got to say about the subject matter. So, any other further comments about this before I press play from you, 10th, or anybody else? Dave 10th still here.
No, I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Okay, we'll crack on then. I'll check the levels first. Let's just see if it sounds okay.
This video is a public apology to Sean Griffin. I was on his program being interviewed by him, and
he completely caught me off guard.
And I wasn't expecting this, but he asked me during that interview if I knew who was behind the final experiment.
By the way, I don't want to forget something. You just mentioned you liked science growing up. I noticed you got an invitation to participate in that thing called the final experiment. Are you following that at all?
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. I looked at it and I didn't know what it was, so
I put it right out of my mind. He completely caught me off guard.
Yeah, it's super intriguing. They haven't announced exactly what it is, but there's another video.
I see. So when he's making this apology video, which is the original video he opened in the edit with, that's his apology video. And in the apology video, he's suggesting that the person he's talking to about the subject caught him off guard, when in reality, it's Will Duffy that brought the subject up, asking him if he'd received an email. His response was, "Oh, yeah, I remember something. Well, I can't remember." Oh, he caught you off guard, did he? Bloody liar. Okay, yeah, first good example.
Video they're releasing this Sunday, but you're one of the official invitees, so congratulations on that.
I don't know what that means, so okay. I guess I should say thank you, but I don't know. Are you a part of that?
I do not know who's behind it, so.
Yeah, you're behind it. I mean, a white lie when you're trying to keep something under wraps is almost forgivable. Would the Christians disagree with me?
Yeah, I would disagree because it's a setup. He said, I noticed you had an invitation. How would he notice that?
Yeah, I would say that it's a little bit more than a white lie. When he wasn't outright asked about it by the interviewer, he brought up the subject himself. So this is more character assassination, but it's a little bit more direct.
No, this is not character assassination. This is him in his own words. Finish the video and you'll see. He's doing his own character assassination. No one has to do it for him.
Yeah, but we were assisting in that. It's on topic. I'm not moaning, right? This is specifically about it. So fine.
Look, it's
I'm
very
watching
simple.
and
Hang on.
excited to see what happens.
Go ahead.
It's very simple. If you're a Christian and you're a pastor, this is not behavior that matches that calling. That's number one. Number two, somehow he knew that this robot polisher got an invitation. How would he know? I don't know what kind of invitations Brian gets or you get unless it's public. So maybe he saw it somewhere. I don't know. But he knows something about it. Then when asked directly, are you part of it? No. It just reminds me that there's deceit going on here for a reason. I don't know the reason yet. I just know that he has to issue this apology video, which he labels, he caught me off guard. Well, catching me off guard or anyone off guard is acceptable. But not when you're the guy and you know what you're doing. That's not catching you off guard. You did it on purpose. Come on. Go on.
Well, I'm going to do a quick shout out. So Jason Dean says, Robot Polisher is ace. Check him out on Twitter. Thank you for the super chat, Jason Dean. Really appreciate the support. So we've got Bible U because I've presumably been very detrimental, or whatever the word is, to the video that you suggested. And I've gone, oh dear. Right, Paula? While Paula figures out how to get herself off mute, I think she's come to defend why that video was shared, because we didn't get to the end of it. It might have been all connected together at the end of the video from Level Earth Observer. Sorry, can't hear. We'll try and fix. No worries.
Told him in the moment that I did not know who was behind the final experiment, which of course was not true.
Yeah, the premiere on YouTube for Sunday says they're going to be revealing the location of the experiment.
Is it an experiment pertaining to, cosmology or something?
Yeah, it's an experiment for flat versus globe.
Oh, okay. Well, I won't be there. I'm sorry to disappoint.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that sentence right there. It's an experiment with flat versus globe. It's just hot garbage.
Yeah, it's the right mess.
Yep.
Come on, Brian.
No, just say yep, agreeing with chocolate, that's all.
Yeah, it's a hot mess. He's offering up a false dichotomy and labeling it as an experiment. It's the right mess.
Whoever invited me, but thank you for shouting me out.
For sure.
Yeah. Austin debates people all the time, but I don't know who you.
He won't debate my buddy, I'll tell you that.
Is your buddy a good faith?
Oh, definitely.
He's honest.
He's a believer. Yeah, he goes by the name MC Toon on YouTube.
Bro.
A believer.
He's very sharp.
Yeah, a believer.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's actually going to be debating one of your listeners tonight at my church on Saturday in 2 days.
So this makes much more sense. This makes much more sense. Okay.
Okay. Is there more to this 10th? Because we're only a third of the way through.
Yeah, finish it. Why not?
I'm just asking.
I've seen the tone.
Well, I mean, look.
And you think that's good faith? You think that's honest, intellectually honest? That's.
I will tell you.
That's between you and God.
I will tell you, flat earthers tell me all the time that he lies, but they've never shown one lie. So I'm still waiting for that first lie.
Prediction gets more.
Problem is, he's got music over it, and I'm suspecting that I'll probably end up getting a copyright strike for this. He's got some guitar riff in the background that probably isn't his.
Then take a pause and let's talk about apples and oranges and then continue. I mean, this is not character assassination. This is Will Duffy himself representing what happened, and we have to take his word for it. And it seems like there's this collusion with McToon that is popping up all of a sudden that we weren't told about until I saw this video. I mean, to me, I didn't know McToon was involved in this way where it's his buddy and no one could beat him and et cetera, et cetera. And then there's another video where I think Jared and Whitsitt are saying, do you know this McToon and this other? And he's playing coy. I mean, this is not a behavior of a Christian pastor is all I'm saying. Something's wrong. I don't know what's going on, but something is wrong here.
More and more accurate the closer it gets to the time of the eclipse. So actually, if you paid attention, they changed the path or the locations of the path of the eclipse like 3 or 4 times in the weeks leading up to the eclipse, even in like the mainstream perfect model and all this stuff, right? Because it isn't about the model, it's about the sun and moon. They have a cycle. There's a
What an absolute bastard liar. You pathetic, worthless, idiot, lying sack of garbage. This didn't change. This book didn't change in the weeks leading up to the eclipse, you worthless.
Holding an almanac.
Yeah. Well,
No,
just for the audience.
I think it's a guide to eclipses when they're predicted by star movements and times and years that the Babylonians knew when the Earth was flat. Remember then?
Yeah, but that's where all eclipse predictions come from: flat plane, angles, and predictions.
Of course, that's the whole point. That's it's plain. It's plain in the book, pun intended.
Yes, but what he's doing there is he's holding up this book, trying to what he's trying to do is hijack the validity of the book. That's what he's trying to do there. Instead of actually admitting that for their globe, for the eclipse, they had to change things around several times before it actually happened because they couldn't make it work. You know, they kept on having to change it.
He's got the article.
NASA has to come out officially and change before the eclipse happened. Come on.
He's got the newspaper or magazine article superimposed on the video saying that they did it. They had to change, but McToon is saying they didn't have to change.
I'd just like to add something here for a second. Yeah, first of all, when I posted that link, I didn't intend for it to be reviewed. I guess I should have made that clear. It's just I do think character matters. I think it's a big deal. I think we shouldn't be gullible about when people make these challenges, and we have to consider their character. And if character is showed, if it's bad financing or whatever else he's done, lying and then re-lying, it's all the same thing. It's all bad character, people we shouldn't trust, just like we don't trust NASA. We look at the things NASA says and does and says we shouldn't trust them. That's all I was trying to do with this guy, is say a heads up to anybody who might be looking into it. Yeah, we do go talk about and focus on the technical things, but that's not all the world is composed of, and we do have to consider the source. And that's all my intention was. I sometimes I feel so out of touch with everybody else because I'm thinking one thing when I post it and seeing an important thing I think other people need to know about, and nobody else thinks it's important. So that's all that was about.
No, fair enough. I'm still glad we covered it.
I would agree, Paula, that character is important, and somebody's character is very important, especially if people are investing money into that person. That person is a bit questionable. But my point was that flat earthers, I'm noticing with this situation, because I'm noticing a lot of videos turn up where this guy Duffy has been shown to be dishonest, he's been shown to be questionable financially and different things like that. Yeah, that's all fine, and that should be known. But the problem is that we end up character assassinating Will Duffy. Not saying he doesn't deserve it, but he ends up being character assassinated, which is the whole ethos of what the Globers do to us. That's all they've ever had over us, and that's all they ever do. I don't think it's a good look to be. Go on.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there's a lot of inconsistency in when we say something is character assassination and when we say it's a valid point that needs to be made and people need to be aware of. It's not like I've gone around saying bad things about Duffy. And there's plenty of people in the Flat Earth community who've gone around saying bad things about me, and nobody said they were character assassinating. So, like I said, I don't understand. I don't seem to have the same meanings of words that everybody else does, which is pretty much why I don't come on often.
Let me comment, please. I did not post this video to character assassin Duffy. I posted it because somebody videotaped this conversation, and it's Duffy who did the response video. I just want people to see what's happening, and they can make up their own minds. I don't know Will Duffy. When I first saw it, I go, well, that's inconsistent. I thought he was neutral and he just wanted to find out if the earth was flat or a ball. And he was going to do the affirming the consequent, obviously, with the sun 24 hours in the south and, just that surface stuff. But then this stuff starts coming out. You say, wait a minute, this is a bit more intriguing because it sounds like this goes deeper and he's pally-pally with McToon, it sounds like. So it's like, let the audience decide. It's not character assassination from my point of view. It's his own words. You can decide what's going on.
I did not realize that that was your friend. That is hilarious. Seen him in action, brother, and he is. I'll leave it. That's fine. Okay. Is McToon a Christian? He believes the Bible's the inspired word of God?
Absolutely. I love the name. Adrenochrome Slurpers is sitting here slurping adrenochrome smoothie. Ooh, that sounds yummy. Cheers, wow. MT2, and congrats on 10,000 sheeple.
Wow. Yeah. You're one hell of a herder.
Okay, interesting.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
Okay, I think that's pretty much the sum total of it. Hopefully that doesn't get this live stream flagged. Any more comments on this?
I'll be honest with you. I think that they were already taken apart by Flat Earth Banjo, because he used Robert Shortman's testimony and video from Antarctica on the 31st of December and on the 21st of December and the 21st of June. And he showed on the 21st of December the sun, or not the sun, but light from the sun being off in the distance and behind the person, complete darkness. I mean, dark, right? Pitch darkness. And this guy was shown that this is Antarctica on the 21st of December. Then he compared what Robert Shortman showed described and compared what the videos showed, and he showed what, for someone standing in Antarctica, what they would see concerning the sun on both those different dates. And he showed it as two diagrams, one above the other. It was perfect. I mean, I mean, I don't see. I'm only interested in, okay, go there then and get this 24-hour sun. That's really all I'm interested in, to be quite honest with you.
Can I give a better argument for us to consider? And this is Bible. You and I discussed this. Is the analema, the sun's path north of the equator and the sun's path south of the equator. Now, Neil deGrasse Tyson and others say the Earth is an oblate spheroid, and when you look into it, it's the fatness at the bottom is about 32 miles, I believe. It's not much. You know, maybe Earth needs to go on a little diet, but not a big diet. But if you look at the claim, since the sun does only go 23.4 degrees north and south of the equator, you need to be symmetrical, but it's asymmetrical in the south. It takes a wider arc over the same 6 months, minus the 2 times on the equinoxes, and the same 6 months above the equator for the north. That is not symmetrical with a semicircle at the bottom and a semicircle at the top. Something's going on in the sky that tells you the sun isn't doing the same thing south of the equator as it does north of the equator. Now, that to me is intriguing more than anything else, if you see where I'm going with it.
I brought up that very point when I detailed the analema back in 2016 or 17 on Ranty's, I think it was his first or second show. And when I did my presentation on it, right, that was one of my main points, that the sun is shown through the analema to have a completely different, bigger or wider path and a path that seemed, as I could say, seemed to be closer to the surface of Earth during the southern summer than in the northern summer. What I would say is when they come up with this oblate spheroid thing, that's actually what he said was wrong. Well, deGrasse Tyson, it's actually at their equator, and it's not geometric. It's purely based off the pre-assumption that they're on that the globe Earth is a perfect geometric sphere that has widened at the equator because they pre-assume that they're rotating, so centrifugal force will cause it to do that.
Right. Exactly. But the verbiage is there, but the sun's path doesn't match 2 semicircles identically, so it's asymmetrical in the south. And like you said, it takes a wider path. Interesting, that's the same 6 months on both ends, north and south, and it's the same 24-hour day, 15 degrees an hour. Go figure.
I mean, are you saying that the globe is not pear-shaped? Shouldn't I take the word of an astrophysicist?
No, it's
pear-shaped. You know,
if you imagine what they're actually extracting, right? I mean, it's a bit of a tell in terms of suggestion that you've got a greater amount of land in the Southern Territories, which would make sense, but that would be speculation on my part also to suggest that it's a hint at that. So I've dropped it in, but I won't affirm it. Meanwhile, what do they actually measure? Well, they measure the angles to the stars. What do we observe them do as they reach the horizon? Slow down. Okay, so what would that translate to if you were to convert it into a perspective view dome-shaped model? You'd end up with a chubbier equator. So in other words, it directly translates to the observations that we take off the stars. That's all it is. That's all it does. When they infer that your globe's got a certain aspect to it, in this case a chubbier central part or slightly bigger on the bottom, pear-shaped as Tyson describes, that's as a consequence of how they've measured the stars. When you describe the widening of the analema, this is the same principle. Now, the only thing I don't like about that, gentleman, is that you are inviting a false dichotomy by doing so. I just wanted to drop that in there.
No, not doing that. Let me take it to the next level of the statement. I just wanted to get that out first. All of the reference frames are 180-degree straight-angle planes. The rational horizon is the Earth cut in half, which would make, in their model, a huge disk that's flat. it meets up with the celestial equator as one large disk. And any stars underneath this imaginary disk cannot be seen. Only stars that are above it from 0 degrees to 90 back to 180. That's it. Okay, that's their model. That's what they show. And then they say, we're going to draw a tangent plane on top of a circle that represents this same globe. And that's got to be an infinite, unbounded tangent plane touching this circle at one point of tangency. Then they say, in an airplane, you can't use the horizon because the clouds and so forth. So we're going to use another device that will give you the same reference. We'll use a bubble sextant. So it creates a horizontal, which is infinite in the air, 30,000 feet or whatever the plane is at, which gives you your vertical because you already got a horizontal. So there's your perpendicular. So all three of those reference frames are flat, and you get a vertical to make it perpendicular. This is all in their books. This is how they do it. So when they say, when you see that analemma doing that wider arc, the reference frame for that is the equatorial plane. That's their verbiage.
Any more for any more?
No.
I got more. Once you use a tangent plane that's infinite and unbounded, 180 straight angle, you can't take the measurement from that and apply it to something that's curving. So what they do is say the tangent plane on the Earth's surface, represented by the circle to be a globe, which we know it isn't, is a local flat plane. But the one at the equatorial is not local, it's the full distance of the circumference. It's a great circle. And the one in the air goes for infinite. Well, what if you're 12 feet above the sea level when you take your angle measurement on this so-called local level, the horizon? It's about 4.5 miles away, and then Earth curve is supposed to start. This is before height of eye correction and all this kind of stuff. Okay. So the whole point is, when your eyes are on the water, there is no height of eye correction because you're on the plane that goes until the GP of the star. And usually, if something is 4.5 miles away, you don't need to pull out your sextant, you see it. So you're sighting stars and their 90-degree ground position beyond the 4.5 mile visual local flat that the tangent plane, they like to admit, is, but they're not going beyond it. And if the star is beyond it, it's got to reside on that same plane. The Globerger is never used. The argument is so deadly to the globe, it's amazing.
Right.
Ruhif told me, and the rest of the boarders told me when I made a video about it, said, what is the maximum size of a tangent plane? And Ruhif fled out with, it can be infinite. And they all agreed. So
they need a flat plane more than we do.
Yeah.
I want to reiterate before we round out this live stream a couple of things. I'll do a little call to action first. So there's been like 150 people watching at various points of the show, which is fantastic. Please share the show if you've not done so already. That's probably the only reason we've got up to 250 people watching is because people smash that share button. So if you've just joined, very warm welcome, of course, but please share the show. Smash that share button. It's only a couple of clicks. You can stick it on your favorite social media outlet, Bebo, MySpace, whatever you like. You can stick it on it and share the show with others. It's been a good show. But I want to reiterate the fallacy that's being employed when we, quote unquote, do the final experiment. Now, I'm not going to include the suppositional statement as a question, which is how this has been posed. If we see this, is how this has been put to the people who are taking part. If we see a 24-hour sun. Now, it should be immediately and glaringly obvious if we did have one. But nevertheless, I'm going to take it as read that we do, so I can more easily formulate it into the affirming the consequent fallacy that they are employing. The same as was employed with Netflix, I might add. Hello, QE. So the fallacy is as follows. If we have a rotating sphere Earth, and I assume travelling south will leave me antipodal on said assumed sphere, then when I arrive on my antipodal assumption south, we will observe a 24-hour sun in the summer of Antarctica. We got there and we did observe a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Therefore, my antipodal assumption of being on the bottom of a ball when travelling south is true. If P, antipodal assumption, then Q, 24-hour sun above the horizon, Q, 24-hour sun above the horizon, therefore P, my antipodal ball Earth assumption. That's how this actually breaks down. It certainly isn't an experiment. It's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. Any more for any more?
Yeah, one more. If you're going to use a reference frame and it's infinite, 180-degree straight angle, unbounded, and then later take the findings and measurements from that reference frame and try to apply it to another reference frame that's not exactly the same, you will have so many inaccuracies in what you're attempting to do. That's why all three, whether it's the bubble sextant in the air, must have a 180 infinite unbounded plane to get the 90. The perpendicular relationship must match the equatorial plane, the center of Earth, which doesn't exist, but they say it does. And then last but not least, you can't use the globe surface because it's curving. So we're going to have to do a tangent plane that matches those other two in exact proportions, which means everything you find must be on a 180 straight angle because you can't take it to another reference frame and get the same results.
With that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
It's pretty sad, isn't it?
What's sad?
I mean,
yeah, this is one of those things that when I got in here like 10 years ago, people were, oh, there's definitely a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Where is it? Oh, no.
Can I,
Like,
just interject just one sec? I need to disappear to the shop. Can I nominate someone to keep charge in case it all gets a bit rough?
Nominate Brian.
Yeah.
You're all right for 10 minutes, Brian?
Neil.
I do it. If Kiwi's around, he holds more weight than I do. But if he's not around, I'll do it because chocolate.
I ain't holding any weight.
I'll only be 10 minutes.
Are you insinuating? Are you insinuating QE is fat?
Yes, he was.
I'm not. Yeah. I'm saying
maybe
he's a heavier hitter than me.
Maybe he's just a bit. Maybe at the waist he's just a bit oblate.
Yeah. When he speaks, people listen a bit more.
I don't think so. But anyway, on this Will Duffy guy, we exposed him when he first come out here about 3 or 4 months ago, right? He was collateral damage with Hanoi Jaren and Boy Zero Skygrifter. Remember he came out? His rhetoric was worse than your average skank and foul ball-tart in 2015. He didn't know what science was. He didn't want to talk about science. He didn't know the size of the Earth after he self-admitted 2 years research into flat Earth first globe. He didn't know anything. He came out with his 12 points that he wanted to talk to Hanoi Jaren and Skyboy Grifter, and his number 1 point was Hemerari 8. I mean, this guy he's if you go back and watch those videos, it's how not to debate flat Earth. That's what they're called. And just review this guy's demeanor and acumen. He's a retard. I mean, fur. I don't know.
You say his first point was Hemerari 8?
Yeah. Yeah. So why are we even entertaining him? Just
Well,
push him
I
off to
don't
the
know if he's as stupid as he makes himself out to be, QE.
Oh, he's dumber than he makes himself out to be.
Well, going by his performance, it looks like he's really stupid. But I get the feeling that he's either really stupid or he's a lot smarter than he's letting on.
Oh no!
I have a feeling that he's likely to. I have a feeling that he wants to rip off a load of borders. That's what I get the feeling. He knows they have more money than us. There's more of them.
Not anything to do with his acumen, because it was belly laugher. Remember, you were there.
I know. I remember it. I remember his nonsense. Don't worry, I didn't forget it. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying that. I can't instantly go with the way he's behaved and the way he's carried on, and the lies he's told, because he was caught lying. That, like, even when he was saying, "Oh, I spent 2 years researching it," and then he didn't know anything. Just something tells me that I can't rule out the possibility that he's smarter than he's letting on to be. He's pretending to be stupid.
Nah, you can't fake stupidity. No.
Well, I don't know.
No. Nope.
Yeah, I wasn't around when you guys did that breakdown. So if you want to post it, I'll watch it later when I have time. But
I sent it to you.
Oh, okay, great. I'll look for it then.
I sent two. It was 2 parts, not 3 parts. It was 2 parts with him.
Got it. All right. I just have to go back and look then. However, the only reason I even posted that thing to everybody is because it just came across my feed, and I'm saying, "Wow, this is interesting." I mean, he's live. He's issuing an apology for not telling the truth by saying he caught me off guard. Well, you can catch me off guard. I could still tell the truth if you catch me off guard. I don't understand the off guard. This is a weak admission to making a mistake, to trying to make, like, it sounds like he held information back that he knew, then he got caught, and then he says it was the reason he lied is because he got caught off guard. But you don't get off caught. It just doesn't flow. Something's wrong here.
No, he's a liar. Yeah, he's a moron and a liar. So I don't know. And he's a bedfellow with McBooger Eater, who thinks gas giants are solid enough. I mean, come on, guys. Just blow him off.
What was that line?
Gas giants are solid enough.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, that numpty clip or numpty treatment or whatever it is you gave him. I mean, out of all of the people that got that treatment, he was the one that deserved it the most. And you absolutely showed him to be a complete nincompoop.
Yeah,
that's the only word I could come up with. He hadn't got a clue about what he was talking about. He really fools a lot of people, MC Town. He gives people the impression that he's this kind of heavyweight intellectual. The guy is a bozo, but he's a sneaky bozo. That's all. You know what I mean? He's sneaky.
You remember the one video where he's live and it's his own show, and he's trying to describe celestial navigation, and then he said, "It isn't. Well, it is a triangle."
It is triangulation. Well, it's not triangulation. Yeah, I got that too.
That's like the best gas there ever was. He's in the league with Joe Biden right now.
That's an insult to Biden.
Nobody's in the league with Joe Biden.
Yeah, he's well below Biden.
Listen,
are you saying he's antipodal to Biden?
Yes.
There's another person that's Biden. I don't trust that he's stupid at all. I won't go into it now, though.
Remember, Brian, You can't fake stupid.
You can if your audience are stupid. As P.T. Barnum said, you can fool all of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all of the people all of the time. I would say you can fool most of the people most of the time, and that's about it.
Play that McBooger Eater Numpty clip at some point.
Yes.
Tell Nathan to go ahead and play it.
Yeah, we will when he comes back. We get him to play it because he's directly connected to Duffy, so why not?
Remember, we were laughing at Duffy. Like, what?
Yeah.
We were wondering why Jaron and Whitsitt was even there.
Well, let me throw this out there, because I was thinking about this. What about if Will Duffy, right, had already been to Antarctica and saw that there was no 24-hour sun in their summer? And what about if he's looking to bring a load of ballers there and have them film the 24-hour sun that isn't there? What about if he's secretly on our side?
Why would he do what he did on this video with his formal apology that he was caught off guard when actually he knew it all along?
Well, why not? Why not go play the part right down to the T? Like, why not play the character? Be the baller we're expecting him to be. None of us will trust him then. Everyone's expecting him to do something bad, or some sneakiness. When the actual sneakiness is what he's going to do with the baller. It's kind of like, remember Superman 2? Where he went into the chamber and he turned everyone else into mortals while he stayed being super.
No, I could only ascertain what I see. I can't go into all this other stuff. I just know there's something suspicious going on. Too many mistakes are being made that are, you're saying, could be planned. I don't think so. I just think the light is shining on some of the things that are happening.
Why is it any of our business anyway? He's already demonstrated himself to be a moron and a liar about 3 months ago when he first come out here, number one. Number two, this is a ball-tard proof. So ball-tards, carry your dumbasses down there to Antarctica and get the proof and bring it back. This has nothing to do with flat earthers. Nothing.
Agreed. It's just that this thing's been coming across and I didn't know who this guy was. And then I saw this video and it doesn't make him look honest.
No, we already knew that.
You knew that. I didn't know that.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Another thing is, people have a habit of saying going down to Antarctica. You're not going down to anywhere. People are constantly saying this. People on our side are constantly saying, just down, but you're not. There's no down. You're not going down anywhere.
What if I'm going down the street? Am I going down?
Yeah, but that's only if the gradient is downward towards sea level.
What I meant is, I think it's a figure of speech.
Yeah, but not when it comes to the Antarctica. Figure of speech, yeah, locally.
No, Righteous is on the ball right now.
What if you're going down the street, but it's uphill?
Well, you're going up the street then.
Who's getting involved in this fiasco, this Duffy fiasco to begin with? What are flat earthers getting involved?
Jaron and Whitsitt, of course.
Jaron,
they're not flat earthers. They're not flat earthers.
Exactly.
Yeah. You have Duffy and MacDuff, I always call him. Duffy and MacToon and Jaron and Whitsitt. That's the drama. It's like we're watching some kind of a drama on TV. It's like, what a heap of nothing. But unfortunately, a lot of people are getting, a lot of flat earthers are getting, they're jumping on this thing and there's all this drama around it. I don't care. Show me what it is you're supposed to show me. Or shut up. It's that simple.
They can't.
Well, why would they not be capable of producing evidence of a 24-hour Antarctic sun up to now? What would be the purpose of not being able to produce that?
Because it doesn't happen, maybe?
Well, I saw a video that was on the 21st of December. According to the video and the videographer, it was the 21st of December in Antarctica. That's the longest day of the year. This guy was close to 80 degrees south, and there was no 24-hour sun. He showed the nighttime behind him, the sun setting.
The bigger problem they have is the journey has to be navigated with 90-degree zeniths and a flat plane. So just the whole journey proves the flat Earth.
Oh,
dear. That was the first thing I brought up about it. Will the plane they're flying in be using the lift effect? It's over. You know what I mean? It's over. That requires a horizontal plane. It's over.
Yeah, but there's still people that think that McToon has validity to his stupid challenge. So this is what you're dealing with.
If McToon's celestial navigation challenge, just for example, that proved the globe, why come he didn't go and prove the globe with it then? Because I asked him to do it. When I asked him to prove the globe with his own challenge, he disappeared with it.
And we
Just
know
no more.
why.
Yeah. There you go. Because his challenge doesn't prove or disprove anything. That's the problem with it. He knew it. He can't prove the globe with it. He can't. It's impossible. Because he has to use the flat Earth for the measurements. That's the end of that. It's over. And he has to use the flat Earth after that. Not that he's, those who follow him understand that or know that. But they would have found out though. But the guy's a fraud. Total fraud. Now he has this other thing. Just more fraud. And I really do hope that Duffy is actually going to rip him off.
And that's what I was trying to tell that lady Jenny today. Beware of the wolves out there.
No, beware of the idiots, Neil. Number one. On both sides.
Well, she had a misconception of what science was. I think QE, that was, yes, I dropped, my phone died, so I missed everything. But she came in this morning and Nathan was breaking it down for her.
But that's forgivable. I mean, that's a completely forgivable thing. That's basically the whole world. The whole world, with the exception of a very small portion of people that work literally in some valid discipline that uses the scientific method. Other than that,
well,
the whole world is hoodwinked as to what science is.
Yeah, pseudoscience,
Well,
like
Nathan-
Candace Owen. She called science pagan because she's actually talking about pseudoscience.
Well, Nathan explained to her science this morning in the pre-show, and then afterwards, I seen she apologized to QE in the main text chat. So, just so it's out
Hey,
there.
Neil. Hey, Neil.
Yes.
That was a good pun that went unnoticed.
Which one?
Well, I'll give it to you because you got it going in my mind. So Candace Owens is saying that the current science would be like pagan the question.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Now, again, I don't want this statement to just sit idle.
I missed you, Tom.
Pagan
That one's-
idol.
That one's too high level for them, 10th.
Yeah,
right.
that went over my head.
Righteous.
Pagan is an idol.
Thanks, Neil. Righteous. Why would she apologize to me this morning?
Just she thought maybe she wasn't behaving as she should, so maybe that's fine.
No, the biggest complaint I had with her was her mic she kept her mic open and we were getting back feed. I don't know why she had to apologize. I don't need an apology for that. Was she the one that stated that she was under the impression that Einstein got rid of the ether? She's got the vibe
Yes,
from
Nicholson Morley.
Yeah, it was that girl. Yeah, Jenny.
Okay. Yeah. I thought we solved that pretty quickly.
Well, it's a good sign that she's willing to state when she's being incorrect. I have to commend that. I mean, there's not enough people like that. That's the problem with the world.
Well, she came out of the gate where she said that she heard. That's what she heard. It wasn't a hard, fast, this is her claim. She's going to stand on that hill and die, right? So it wasn't that big a deal. We just showed her that.
Sorry.
Now, this was a different topic this morning because we didn't go into what natural science was. We didn't talk to her about that yesterday, right?
No, but what Nathan was telling her is when she said, no, it's just something I read. But when you say it, then you own it, right? Don't we always say that? If you bring it up, you own it. It's yours now.
Well, what are we talking about?
So, Neil, have you ever said, Neil, you're a monkey's uncle?
Yeah, but I own it. I'm climbing right now like a monkey on ladders.
A lot of people aren't as detailed and pedantic as we tend to be because we're exacting so we could show the lie. A lot of people say, yeah, I heard this. They don't really own it. They just heard it and they want you to describe it. Maybe it's not real. Maybe it's real.
Well, she didn't understand why Michelson Morley was not a valid scientific experiment. Nathan had to break it down for her.
Oh, okay.
Well, did you guys really listen to that little back and forth when Danny Faulkner came on the show? I was able to listen to it a few times. Did you pick up?
I didn't like it at all.
Oh, I loved it. I'll tell you why. He made a major mistake. Did you spot it?
You're talking about when it comes to astronomy.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's a expert in that field, and we should trust him.
I'm sorry.
Go on. No, go on.
That he was following a model that came about from absolutely no measurement whatsoever, simply based on observation.
That was one of them, but that's not the one I'm going to highlight. I'm going to highlight that he gave the answer. He said the spherical triangle is related to the imaginary celestial sphere, which is true. Which is very true. So there is no spherical triangle on the Earth's surface because you need a flat plane to even get the angle. So what he just allowed out is the proper definition that when they look at the heavens, as Brian has said, and we all know, from 0 to 90 to 180, it looks like a protractor in our perspective view. Because you see the sun rising at 0, you see high noon at 90, and you see it back at 180, the flat plane, and then you don't see it anymore. So what they've done is they've taken this celestial sphere, and it's the inner concave surface of something that's not real, the celestial sphere at all. It's imaginary. But because of our vision, they're saying it's the inner concave part of it. And I showed to Nathan how they take a slice of it, and it's oxymoron, spherical triangle. We know that. But anyway, look at that slice. And then they project that slice back down to create a convex Earth's surface at any part of the angle of the PZX triangle, which is the North Pole. Let's use the sun as the luminary and the observer, his zenith. So you got the observer's zenith, 90 degrees on Earth. You got the sun's GP, 90 degrees on Earth. And then you got the North Pole. Well, when they project this inner concave surface down those 3 straight lines, it retains the angle, no matter what. And then they create a convex imaginary globe surface out of it. And
yeah, but
when he said that it's spherical triangles. Oh, the Greeks 2,000 years ago to the celestial sphere. Well, that's a very important admission. It has nothing to do with the Earth's surface, does it now, Danny?
Yeah, I agree with your summation, right? But there's a couple of issues I have a problem with. Number one, I don't say what you said I said. What I say is that the only way to depict the perspective view we have using with our angles to the celestials, the only way to do that, the best way to do that orthographically is via turning it into a protractor. Now, I have issues with what Danny Faulkner said. First of all, we're pulling him up on his statement of spherical triangles. They don't exist. You can't have a spherical triangle. Secondly, he's begging the question with the term celestial sphere. I'll accept celestial dome or personal atmospheric, even though that's nonsense, dome, but because we're talking about the dome, I'll accept that much. But I won't accept celestial sphere. So I would have jumped on him the minute he said any of those two things.
Okay, but Brian, you're right. And I agree with you, but you're taking to the next level of the argument. I'm just going off of what he said. And he admitted that this false spherical triangle, we know it's an oxymoron, but it is your dome of vision to the person, no matter where you are on Earth. Because if you right now look at something on your wall straight on, and if you kind of look to the left peripherally and to the right while not moving your head, it's a protractor view we have. We can't help it. And so when you look at the heavens, it's the same thing. And he admitted that this Haversine formula that is, hang on, the PZX.
No. Go ahead.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Finish up real quick.
This so-called Haversine formula is hand in hand with the PZX triangle. Now, he didn't say Haversine formula. He said it was invented for the celestial sphere 2,000 years plus ago. Okay. Well, spherical triangles, celestial sphere, nonsense. But then in order to have all that work, you got to do a transformative equation, the Haversine formula. And the reason I say that is because that's what they say. Now, you say, how come the almanacs are so confusing and have so many numbers when it's such a simple thing as an elevation angle? Well, because they have to go through changing it so that it could go through this process so that people think they live on the sphere. So they have to do this alternative math that's not math and reify the inner concave surface of your view perspective back down those three lines as the convex surface of the Earth. And it takes the Haversine formula to do that with the PZX triangle.
Oh,
all made up, nothing real.
Okay, let's end it. You don't need all that. As soon as a grown adult, an alleged professional says spherical triangle, then it's over. Then you stop right there. No need to go any further. Okay?
True.
What do you do when he says that?
True, but what I'm doing by reading the books I bought is how can I put it? Unpacking. Hang on. I'm unpacking the trick for our ears.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but you're starting off with a spherical something that doesn't exist.
Which I said doesn't exist. When I said it, I already claimed it doesn't exist, but I have to use their language and show how I'm unpacking it.
You don't. You don't have to use their language.
Gosh, here we go again.
They get you on this thing and have you.
They don't have me on anything, Huey. They don't have me on anything. I am unpacking the trick using their false language. And I already stated that. So it's not like I'm reifying the celestial sphere to anybody. I don't believe in it.
And do you know where they get their incorrectly claimed spherical triangles from in surveying? You know, have you ever heard the term spherical excess?
Yeah, I've heard you use it, yes.
Yeah. What they
But
do.
you can't use it, Brian, because we're not. Hang on.
1 second. This is relating directly to what you're talking about.
I know, but I'm going to do to you what.
Well, you're not going to allow me say it then.
No, that's right, because I'm going to demonstrate what just happened to me. You can't use the word spherical when you explain this because we're not on a sphere. Now that's what Kiwi did.
I already proclaimed.
No, I didn't do that to you. I didn't do that at all.
Yeah,
Spherical
you did.
Triangle.
Which I gave a disclaimer was false. Then I proceeded to use baller language.
Well,
And
you just stop right there. Well, you can do whatever you want. You can go chase that tail all day long.
I'm not chasing any tail. I'm telling you where I am. You're not understanding by describing the origins of the tail as a lie is important. I'm just telling you the origin of the lie. That's all. I'm not chasing it. And I agree with Brian. He can use that word with me. I'm not going to, but I had to take advantage of it because you did it to me. So go on. Tell me about
I don't use the word. What I said, Tent, was that there are incorrectly claimed spherical triangles. That's what I said to get started.
Right. So did I.
Right.
So did I.
Well, there's no such thing as a spherical triangle. There can't be. Triangle can't have more than 180 degrees. Every one that are incorrectly claimed spherical triangles has more than 180 degrees in curved lines. It's not a triangle. And I was just about to point out where this is something I was trying to, give me a moment. In surveying between three mountains at a distance, geodetic surveyors will take angles to these three mountains, from one mountain to the other two, and do it 3 times or whatever. And each time they'll be using trigonometry, 180 degrees. They then mathematically will place this triangle onto a convex surface, turning it into just 3 curved lines that are meeting at 3 vertices, increasing the internal angles to more than 180 degrees. And because they're taking actual measured land using a triangle and then placing this onto a convex surface, which basically is like an egg, right? What happens is that it creates an increased area in the center of those 3 that not triangle out, those 3 curved lines, right? That doesn't exist in reality. That's called spherical excess. What they're actually saying then at that point is those 3 curved lines are 3 great circles intersecting. That's what they will try and claim they are then at that point. They're doing the same thing in celestial navigation and in astronomy, but the problem is that they're trying to say they're great circles. They're not. They're an arc. That's what they are, 3 arc lengths. Because there is no more, as you stated earlier, there's no more than 180 degrees of measurement in any of these situations, right?
Of course.
So consequently, what they're doing is they're taking 3 points in the sky. The sky is not curved, and they're turning them into orthographic view, then turning them back into a 3-dimensional globe of the sky, turning the globe into the sky into a 3-dimensional, dome, right? Then they're taking those 3 lines, calling it a PZX triangle, can't be a triangle, then projecting it onto the surface of their sphere that they've just made up mathematically.
Which
That's
is
all
exactly.
none of that is a triangle. The only triangle in that I talked about there, the only actual. Sorry, one other thing. There's a second in celestial navigation. The 3 GP points, right, can be made into a triangle, an actual triangle. That is then projected up onto the. That is then projected up onto the celestial dome, and then projected back down onto their hemisphere, which is what they'll place in between you and the dome, mathematically. Everything they're doing is purely mathematical, and all the measurements measure triangles. Everything after that is not a triangle.
I agree.
Now, I know you know that. I'm not saying you don't know that.
First of all,
Kiwi's point was the same as why was in the first place. My point in the first place. As soon as he says spherical triangle, I'm on him.
Yes, I know that. And you just validated my whole statement, because those things that they use as a projection back down are parts of a great circle arc that creates that curvy looking, what they call a spherical triangle, which is a joke, which I've always said is. So don't hammer me on that anymore, please. But I have to describe what they're doing using their language. And then I get reminded that I don't need to get any more deeper. They lose right there, except the fact that, Yeah, they lose right there because we have cognition of how it's actually being done. So as I investigate what they're doing and how they're fooling the rest of the world, and when Danny Faulkner said that this celestial, this spherical triangle relates to the celestial sphere, guess what? Yeah, fine. Perspective view. You want to use funky math. You want to pretend there's such a thing as spherical triangles, and you do this magic trick, but you can't say it relates to the surface of Earth because you need an angle measurement. So this is all I'm trying to say is how they trick people.
You go on mute, one deck. One deck. One deck. Oh, sorry.
Well, that's a good transition because they need only one deck to get the angle measurements from, and the rest is hokey pokey.
Turntable and it's hip hop.
Well, now you're going to record players. That's a non sequitur.
Just on that Danny Faulkner thing, I was pulling my hair out listening to it. I'll be honest. I couldn't listen to it a second time.
I'm telling
the first time.
I loved it.
It drove me up the wall.
I loved it. You know why? Because when you find out exactly what they did and you could share it, I could sit down with someone with 20 zillion degrees and show them exactly how you got fooled, how exactly they hijack perspective, make an imaginary celestial sphere pass down the inner concave that looks like a convex and make that the surface of the Earth when it's not, because just because the angles at any point retain their accuracy. You need a flat plane to get the angle in the first place.
It's all well and good to tear it apart in the aftermath. But what I'm saying here is if Danny Faulkner would come in here right now, you got to understand people, their average attention span is about 15 seconds at best, right? And you got Danny in here, and as soon as he says spherical triangle, deal him a death blow. Just kill him. Stop right there. Now, in the aftermath, if you want to go ahead and play on a show or something, you know, the whole field, then that's fine. I'm not saying that's not it. But in that moment, chop his head off right there. And don't leave.
I agree.
He couldn't do it because refracted was Nathan's pet, and he was dealing with the PhD, Danny Faulkner. I don't know why they didn't just attack the spherical triangle that he mentioned.
No, I agree. I agree with QE.
I know why.
Hang on, let me say this. I agree with QE that if it's Danny Faulkner initially coming in saying that, chop his head off because it's wrong. But we, on this after show, I'm just trying to share how I ascertain they make up this nonsense from their own books.
What happened there was refracted, and this is from his own mouth, so this is not me saying it behind his back. Refracted has a tendency to have a conversation with borders because he has empathy for them. And he was trying to have a conversation with Danny Faulkner, but Danny Faulkner was getting away with murder in the process and begging the question 20 times over. Every time one of them begs the question and you don't pull them on it or you miss it, that's them having a smirk at you and their audience laughing at you. That's what that is.
That's correct.
Faulkner got away with that because Refracted was trying to have a conversation with him. He wasn't debating Faulkner and pulling him on every point he should have been pulling him on. He was having a conversation with him. That's the difference.
Yeah, thank God Adam came in.
What Adam did was so brilliant, so good. You know, I got lunch and a meeting, so I'm going to call it an end.
Did I tell you, Tent, that I didn't know that it was Danny Faulkner? And neither did Adam?
I think you told me that.
Was everything okay in my absence? I got back a while ago, but you were deep into it.
Yeah, everything was fine. Tent and QE went at it a little bit. A bit of a disagreement. I disagreed a little bit with Tent, but
It wasn't. Hang on. It wasn't a
wasn't that bad.
disagreement. I agree with what he said. I was going on a whole different tact in the after show, explaining how they got this lie. That's not a disagreement.
We didn't get it. Can you explain it again?
Did I tell you I didn't know it was Danny Faulkner on the call?
You should play it again. I can't remember exactly what he said. You should
Play it again, Nathan.
You play it again. I played it first time.
I don't have it to play it again. I'm folding shirts.
Okay, give me a minute.
Is this going to be a review? Is this going to be a review of refracted curvatures performance? Is that what this is going to? If it's going to turn out like that, then I don't want to do it.
No, it's Danny Faulkner's own words, I thought.
We're just going to focus on Danny.
I don't normally do an introduction to these videos, but in the case of Danny Faulkner versus refracted curvature,
Faulkner, would you say it's fair to say that this discussion should solely be about measurement when you're talking about the shape of something?
I just dropped in a minute or so ago, so I don't know what you've been talking about.
If you're going to discuss the shape of Earth, it should only be about measurement. No, just to be for clarity.
Sorry, I thought you didn't hear me the first time, or you were intentionally not pausing, which you could do. Danny says he was asked a question, and his answer was something that had nothing to do with the question. No one asked you when you came in, Danny. You were asked a straight question. You didn't answer it. Or you answered something, but it wasn't the question you were asked. Thank you.
It was a direct
if you're going
question.
to talk about the nature of reality.
Sorry about that, Nathan. I paused too long. It was a direct question. He didn't have to be in here 1,000 years before the conversation started. It was just a simple question, right? Had nothing to do with. It's just a delay tactic. That's all. I'm an idiot.
Delay tactic. I edited this video down from about 30 minutes to 13 by just taking out the silences. I'm not even joking. That is, go listen to the original. This section that's 13 minutes long on the edited video is 30 minutes in length.
You have to bring in other aspects like science and things of that nature. But as far as shape goes, measurement kind of dictates that. Do you agree to that statement?
No.
I'm sorry, my daughter hit the button. Danny, did you say that you disagree that measurement dictates shape?
Yes.
Could you expand upon that, please?
Shape can be determined by a qualitative assessment. Something can look, you can look at it and get a sense of what shape it has. Measurement would only give you ideas of dimensions of the object.
Absolutely. But to transmit the information of that qualitative assessment, you need measurement, don't you?
No.
Then how will you describe something without it?
Pause a second, Nathan.
I don't even believe I'm
shape-
hearing something right now. This is a guy with a PhD. I'm sorry, Brian. I don't mean to cut you off, man, but I got to rant. Are you seriously going to sit here and tell fractal curvature that to measure something, you're not going to actually get the dimensionality that you need? You have to look at it. Are you serious, man?
Well,
yeah, you eyeball it.
Chocolate, that's exactly how they made up spherical triangles. They just looked at the sky and they said, oh, it looks like a dome. 0 to 90 to 180. So, yeah, it looks curved. Except in celestial navigation, if you hang a plumb bob on terra firma, land, you're not at the ocean with the mariner sextant, you just hang a plumb bob to a protractor, sight a star, you get your co-altitude immediately. Your zenith in relationship to horizontal in the sky. And if you are a mariner at sea, where you can't do that with a plumb bob because the boat is tossing and turning, you use the horizon and get your elevation angle. Then you go to the second step, subtract that from 90, which gives you the co-altitude that the guy on land got in one step. When you put those two together, Brian has said this, I've shown it, you create a box with 490s. The sky may look curved, but it's not curved. That's your perspective.
What I was going to say is, like, well, never mind. Danny Faulkner said that you can get I can't remember his exact words because it's gone past a bit far now, but he said that you can get the gist of what something is by looking at it. So when you look at Earth, Danny, do you observe a ball or a flat plane? Because I know what everyone else observes, Danny. It's not any globe. So yeah, you sure can. You can get a feel of what something is by just looking at it. Yeah, absolutely. Especially from airplanes and stuff like that.
Oh, come on. Second grade retard stuff, man. He's supposed to be a professional astronomer. This is down in juvenile patheticville. Come on. Hello, McFly. Play.
At the top of my kitchen table at home, but I couldn't tell you what the dimensions are.
I agree 100%. Yes, you can. But if you're going to talk about the top of the table and how flat or bumpy it is, you would need measurement, right?
Then you would be quantifying something. I was referring just to the general shape, though. The table can be square, top can be square, it can be rectangular, it can be circular, it can be oval. In fact, I have 3 kitchen tables in my house. One is rectangular.
That's what we want to hear. Your tables in your house, Danny. You're a professional astronomer, for God's sake. Get it off the analogy. Get it on the Earth. So how do you observe the Earth, Danny? You're going to go out to that second law of thermodynamics violation. See, we're out there waiting with a flamethrower. That's the little clown.
Oh, so you
come in. Don't come in here again.
You're not going to want my list of vintage lamps that I've got then?
No.
Top, one's a circular top, and one is...
Is that someone else? Go ahead.
Nah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, chocolate interrupted.
Is an oval top.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying that you can't see all of Earth while you're standing on the Earth. How else will you communicate the information then if you can't see the entirety of it?
Measurements giving you a quantitative result is one way to do it, but it's not the only way to do it.
But with the Earth, how else would you do it since you can't see the entire thing to give the description of it?
You're not going to like my answer.
Still live?
Say again, was that
I'm
Eli?
trying to get in for 40 minutes.
Say again, Eli.
I said, you guys are still around. I've been trying to get in for like 20 minutes.
Oh, I disappeared
Yeah, Nathan was
temporarily
gone
when
off
you
to the shop.
were trying to get in. I probably wasn't sat at the computer. I just went at the shop. You want to jump in again? Go to the meet now.
Seven.
Hope he does, because he's holding things up. Come on, Eli.
No.
What are you messing around at? There he is.
No.
Right, you're in. Make sure you don't open your line on the Discord server or drop one or the other.
Reminds me of 3 Dog Night. Eli's coming.
I don't speak. He's a PhD. Give him that.
That was what the reason that makes no sense in the context is because there was a massive like minute and a half silence,
right?
And then somebody, I think it was Neil, interrupted and was like, "Raise your answer" or something like that, and Refracted Curvature jumps in and goes, "Look, he's a PhD. Give him that. In other words, give him as much time as he wants." But I had to draw all the silences out because it just wasn't conducive to a nice video.
What I said was any day now. But did I tell you I did not know it was Danny Faulkner?
Would that have mattered?
No.
Yes, it would have. I wouldn't have said that if it was Danny. And I heard him in Refracted go, and I stood silent the rest of the time.
What you can hear in Refracted's voice is a level of measuredness that he doesn't normally have. I'm not saying he's not a measured character. I'm just saying he's, a bit more laid back and a bit more flowing. And because he does know it's Danny Faulkner, you can hear in his voice that he's overly measured, right?
Yes.
This is the silence playing, I believe. I did leave a small silence in. Or I've muted it.
Mr. Faulkner, would you tell me what answer I wouldn't like to hear? I actually do want to hear it.
The shadow of an eclipse of the moon is always circular. Again, you're not going to accept that answer, but that is a very qualitative assessment.
Okay, yeah, I like that one. That's a good one, right? Because we're going to apply the our understanding of the celestial sphere to derive the angles.
Yeah, Brian.
The Earth.
Brian, yeah, pause. This is Brian, right? Begging the question right away.
No, it's Danny Faulkner. And no, Brian didn't beg any question. What are you talking about? He didn't even ask the question.
I'm not. I know Brian didn't beg the question. For God's sake, he's not in the conversation. Brian's going to stop it and say, this is one of the occasions where he let Danny beg the question. Correct, Brian?
That's exactly what I was going to say. Is he came up with the moon and the curved shadow nonsense. The shadow being a shadow being claimed and a curved one. That's it. I'm on him straight away.
Should I play again?
Between the sun and the moon to get a shadow, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how the celestial sphere was created?
Yes.
Would you agree that it is observation and measurement created the celestial sphere?
Not so much measurement as it is just what we observe in the sky.
We don't observe below the horizon.
No one going to say anything about that? It's not the measurement. It's just the observation. No one going to say anything.
I do have something to say. When Danny Faulkner said yes, when Refracted didn't put him on begging the question, and then he asked him, "Do you know how the celestial sphere, which is begging the question for him, was measured?" And Danny Faulkner says yes. He just left him off of that. He should have asked him, "How was it then?" That's what I want. If we're going to go down that road, well,
I'm sorry, man. This is just driving me insane because it's like you got a PhD sitting here telling you that, all right, I've got, I don't know, 30 feet away on a table, I've got a box. Now, standing here from 30 feet away looking at it, I know more about the box from 30 feet away looking at it than I do if I go to the box and measure it. This is what I'm hearing, and this is psychotic. Sorry, ran over.
I'm with you. I want to rant now, Chuck. So what I heard was PhD Danny Faulkner tell me that to produce a star map, sometimes known as a celestial sphere, you don't need to make any measurements. Just observe it and just draw it randomly how you want. That's how they made them. No measurements were made. Really, Danny? Really? That's what he's got to do. That's his grift. So he's not got to face up because he can't deal with that term measurement, can he?
Exactly.
Cannot deal with it. So
exactly.
You can make a map without measurements, Danny, just by observing.
Exactly.
He contradicted himself too. Go on, Nathan.
Yeah, that was what I was fishing for. Exactly, Adam. So that's the point of swindle, right, Adam?
Yeah, that's the grift. Or it's the point that he won't deal with. He has to avoid. It was the point that we brought him up with before when he was on. Yeah, because it's the point that means he loses the argument. So he has to ignore it or lie about it.
Well, he also contradicted himself because when Refracted asked him, do you know how the celestial, as Refracted used it, sphere was measured? Danny Faulkner said yes. Then he went on to state that there was no measurement. That's a contradiction. He denied the measurement after saying he knows how it was measured. How can you know how something was measured and then turn around and say there was no measurement?
Don't need to measure, do you? You just get a ball, Brian, and a felt tip pen and put some dots on it and observe what the sky looks like and put the dots on in. No measurement between these dots would be required. All you need to do, look at the sky and then draw it out. And you've got a celestial sphere, according to Danny.
Well, you might say it was a measured response, though.
Well, no, it's in line with what we were doing 5 years ago with them, which is pointing out that what they actually do is observe and declare. But we had a very limited nuance to our arguments back then. Now, with a more sufficient argument base, we can just point out that in this case, the reason he's trying to veer away from measurements is because he knows as soon as he gets to them, he's got what you guys and the audience have got on screen. 90s to baselines. Go on.
Wow. Now, you hear how you said all he's doing is observing and declaring? Well, this is what's wrong with Flat Earthers saying we see too far, because their response is we're observing and declaring.
Maybe.
Yeah, because they say, oh, so what you're saying is you see a flat Earth. You don't need to measure anything. And we're like, no. But other flat earthers are like, yeah.
I don't even like that statement because it's like it's like an unfinished statement. We see too far. No, you don't see too far. See as far as you can see on any given time and every given day. You can't just say that and just leave it like that. Are flat earthers still running around saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
See Witsit. See Jaron. See David Weiss.
Witsit. Yeah, the two of us.
Because that is the demarcation point. So we're going to apply measurement at some point, correct, to get the rest of the celestial sphere, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, measurements can be used, but the qualitative assessment is that the sky that we do see above the horizon appears to be a hemisphere, and objects obviously rise and set, and so the
Come again? The stars near the horizon appear to be a hemisphere? Are you retarded? This is reprobate retardness. That's all this is. He's a clown.
I would view it more of a urinating down your back and telling you it was raining. That's how I view. I view it him trying to outsmart you.
Outsmart?
Trying to be smart. That's how I view it.
Outsmart with that statement.
No.
Well,
really?
if he can get the flat earther to accept what he says, then he did outsmart them in his head, in his mind.
Yeah, if he can.
I'm just talking about his tactics, not about his intellect.
What
That's
he's
not a
attempting to
tactic.
do is get John to accept that you don't need any measurements to just get to the conclusion that we're on a ball. That's basically the premise of his argument.
It's crazy because whenever they talk to any of you guys, like it's like, you know, some sort of UK knife fight. This is so brutal. But I just listened to the two Ball Busters live streams with the Boy Wonder, Boy Zero, whatever his name is. And there's nothing there for me to go, oh man, great, you got him. Like literally nothing. The moment you hear John open his mouth, it's a question that if it's answered directly is devastating. Why can't they do that?
Nathan, can you play? Good point. Nathan, can you play that part where you said you see a hemisphere? I think Huey knows where I'm going.
I take it you want me to play.
Yeah, just rewind
the implication is that objects pass below.
Right.
Not necessarily. I mean, measurements can be used, but the qualitative assessment is that the sky that we do see above the horizon appears to be a hemisphere, and objects obviously rise.
Exactly what I was trying to say before. Exactly what everyone on this panel knows backwards and forwards. 0 to 90 to 180. It's my perspective view. Looks like a protractor. And when I see it above the horizon, it's arced. You see where he's taking people? To the sky, not the earth.
What he's doing is a common tactic used by people like him. I won't say who those people are. They speak very calmly, without any raising or lowering of their voice, without using swear words, this, that, and the other thing. And they treat you like a piece of dirt. And they have nothing but contempt for you and attempt to outsmart you by trying to either gaslight you into going along with their complete nonsense, or just you agreeing with their nonsense. That's what Danny is. That's exactly what that guy is. He is an absolute, total and utter lowlife.
Maybe, but at the same time, 20 years of university teaching astronomy, 40 years on the subject matter, position that answers in Genesis, and all of a sudden, a simple elevation angle measurement destroys his whole career. He can't handle it.
So you're saying pride?
Of course.
No, or saying retardedness.
Of course.
No, I'm saying worse than that. I'm saying,
of course,
even nasty intent.
Of course, it all is there because you have cogged this at this moment because you know what an angle measurement is. He must know that. He's got tables, 3 of them. My goodness.
Hold on, you said it right there. He's got his money to protect 10th man.
Well, then he goes and switches it around with no proper hermeneutics or exegeting, but eisegeting, putting his own heliocentric spinning ball view into scripture, and changes Joshua chapter 10 and says, where it says clearly the sun and moon stopped, and he says, no, the earth stopped rotating. This is his problem.
Yeah, Chewy, what'd you say he treats the Bible as his personal playground?
Huh? What?
Yes, he does. Go on, Chocolate.
I'm just curious. The tables that he described in his house, even the house itself. I'm wondering, were they built using measurements, or did the construction guys just eyeball it? Is this house even flat, or is it just all over the place? Because it's better to eyeball it than to actually get measurements for your house.
Yeah.
You still can't get past the tables. Deal with what he just said. It was remedial retard. It was pathetically feeble non sequitur. Can we move on?
And set, and so the implication is that objects pass below that horizon, giving you the other hemisphere below you.
I'm trying to figure out if I actually disagree with you up to this point. I don't know if I do. I do know that the celestial sphere, it has a celestial refraction applied at a certain point above the horizon. So we have to be talking about measurement at some point with the celestial sphere. You realize that, right?
Sorry,
Yeah, he shouldn't have gave him that.
What, the stars moving below the horizon when extrapolating out the antipodal celestial sphere model? Who's got their mic wide open?
No. Celestial refraction.
One of you's got your mic wide open. Which bit? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
John gave him celestial refraction.
Oh, okay.
Stepped out of the office for a moment. What would you repeat that?
We apply celestial refraction to the sky, I think at 20 degrees above the horizon, to create or to conform what we see to the celestial sphere through what we call celestial refraction. So there has to be measurement at some point. You don't accept that?
We certainly can quantify these things. However, celestial atmospheric refraction is minimal. It's about a half degree at the astronomical horizon, and at 20 degrees.
There's no such thing.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Well, John gave it to him, so you got to So,
how do you know it's half a degree at the horizon? Would you not have to measure that?
Yeah, that's where John's going with this, but he's already given him the terrestrial refraction with respect to the celestial sphere. That's John's objection, Quantum Eraser's objection.
I'm finding it hard. I'm tuning out. I can't find it hard to listen to the video. I'm trying to definitely tune out from what John is saying because I don't want to be angry at John. But Danny, atmospheric refraction. Danny is urinating down your back and telling you it's raining. Do you want someone to do that to you? Because that's what they're doing. That's what he's doing at that point. When you agree with that, and just go yeah, and go along with it. That's what he's doing to you.
Guess what happens? Guess what happens when I turn around and I catch him doing it?
Time you get up to 20 degrees, it's extremely small, much too small for the eye to actually see.
Right, but it is a variant that is.
Uh-oh. Did you hear him say that? No, she shouldn't even gone here, but, 20 degrees after that, it's so small, it doesn't affect anything. Perfect. So we'll do 20 degrees, no refraction, so small, Earth is flat.
Is applied.
No. What's the correction not affecting? What the correction's so small we don't have to worry about how it affects the what? The measurement.
Angle.
The angle we're measuring. Guys, just duplicitous liar. Yeah.
Right. And as the site reduction tables state, the eyeball is always on sea level and there is no refraction corrections, which means flat.
Hold on.
Refraction correction, the thing that he's claiming doesn't happen, which is a measurement.
Exactly, Adam. The whole point of this discussion point, at this juncture, is refracted, taking him to the claim that there's no need for a measurement because he knows he's busted as soon as he uses one because it'll require a flat Earth. But then we're in this bit where we're talking about the very limited amount of celestial refraction that we need to account for. It's only, a little bit of a degree? Well, how do you know it's only a little bit of a degree? Because of the measurement that you're saying we don't need. That's where refracted's taking him. So he's giving him things that he perhaps shouldn't because he's taking him somewhere he wants him, which is to say, no, we do need measurement. Now he's got him there. Right, Adam?
Yeah. This is a good lead, isn't it? And Danny's giving him everything he wants. But what I'm pointing out, I'm not criticising him because he's doing a good job. It's listening to the lies and what Danny's admitting. Very telling if you listen to his sentence and figure which bits of the full sentence he misses out and why.
I'd have to say, though, Adam, that I'd have to say different a little bit. Even though refracted is bringing them to where you want to bring them, at what cost is what I would say. And I would have stopped this right at the start when he came up with a spherical triangle. Immediately, I would have stopped it at that point.
Right.
I mean, so I don't think we ever would have got there if it was me. Anyway, I certainly wouldn't have ended up there.
Right, but that's a debate tactic that you like to use and QE likes to use all the time, and I like to use that sometimes. But as Nathan said, and refractive curvature did, it allowed for Adam to come in with the hammer.
It would have been a previous. It would have been a previous Thor's hammer when he said spherical triangle. We wouldn't have needed.
I don't think so. I humbly disagree. I'll tell you why.
Oh,
He had
really?
to. Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because Danny is being recorded and he's on the record, and then Adam would have never had that recorded to say what he said. And when we get to Adam's part, that was Thor's hammer, 10 to the minus 17 Thor hammer.
Yeah, mine would have been 10 to the plus 17 Tor
Oh my
hammer.
God.
You didn't answer it.
Sorry,
That
ninth
was a good
graders.
one.
Hello.
At which point it is no longer necessary to make what we observe conform to the celestial sphere.
Atmospheric refraction is minimal. It was not really considered until fairly recent times. The celestial sphere is a concept that goes back more than 2,000 years, and I don't believe refraction.
Yeah,
what he's attempting to do.
Yeah,
that's right, Danny.
What he's doing here. Sorry. What he's doing here is he's trying to. Oh, the globe is thousands of years old by coming up with this celestial sphere that John gave him, right? The celestial dome, the ephemeris, might be old, but the use of the celestial sphere is a begging the question fallacy. But there's a second point here. 1 second. He said, oh, this refraction thing is only very recent. Yes, Danny, it is. It is very recent because, and who put it in there? Who put in this celestial refraction nonsense? As he's calling it atmospheric refraction. Where's that coming from? Atmospheric refraction. It's probably about as recent as his globe. That's how recent it is.
You remember Eratosthenes didn't use refraction. You remember Al-Biruni didn't use refraction. And you remember Andrew Thomas Young said all his refraction studies were done on plane surfaces, but Earth's not flat, so we're going to do geometric considerations. Well, you walk away from.
But what Danny is claiming was what you just said there. What Danny is claiming is actually only applicable to Al-Biruni.
No,
what Danny is claiming there is atmospheric refraction, which is terrestrial refraction, which is nothing to do with the sky, air temperature or pressure. It's got to do with the unbending of an arc length that they're calling a globe. To stretch the horizon no further. That's what that is. Now, Andrew Thomas Young, once he adds an R value, that's what he's talking about. Before that, he's not talking about that.
No, agreed. Look, I love the detailed explanations, but the point is, they didn't know about refraction back then, and they seem to have gotten to their destinations quite well using the Kamal, the astrolabe, piece of string with knots with a board.
Astonishing. It's like it doesn't even exist. And overall, it was an argument to age fallacy.
Action was considered at all until well after the telescope was invented less than 400 years ago.
Could you please repeat that? I apologize.
That's fine. I said that atmospheric refraction has only been considered for maybe 300 years, if that long. The celestial sphere goes back about 2,000 years before that. So
300 years, perfect. I don't think he said that the first time. What else happened 300 years ago? Who else turned up?
Is it Kepler?
Johannes Kepler. Yeah, thank you. My point proved.
it's not necessary to consider celestial, atmospheric refraction when developing the model, if you will, of the celestial sphere.
Oh no, I agree. With the refraction, I don't know if I would call it terrestrial refraction, but I will say that the way refraction is applied is not applied the same way now as it was 2,000 years ago when it was first created. I agree to that. But you're saying that it has nothing to do with measurement, the creation of the celestial sphere.
No, there was no need for that. It was first a qualitative.
Sorry. Sorry, that was an absolute train wreck. If this ever happens again, please have somebody on the mic without children in the background. Just a pro tip.
Yeah, but it's refracted, so that's just not a possibility, is it?
It was his last
Yeah,
day.
well, somebody else should have taken the reins.
Yeah. I'm glad John got this.
Yeah.
I'm not.
He's got 6 kids.
I
Give him
would
a break.
rather he didn't either, because he wasn't debating him; he was having a conversation. Someone should have debated Danny.
No, that's good if we can set it up that way. But what we got out of this with the child noise in the background was pure gold. Look where he's about to go.
Then we get to Adam's destruction.
The creation of the celestial sphere.
Nathan, can I ask a question?
No, there was no need for that. It was first.
Yeah, of course you can. Sure. Go ahead.
There is a guy in chat. He wants to explain the globe, and I said to him that I will give him opportunity, that I will introduce him. He wants to present the globe proofs.
Is it Danny Faulkner?
It's Illes.
Well, no, we're not going to interrupt this until we're done. Then maybe this guy. Come on.
Okay. I'm only okay.
Okay. Well, what's the guy's name?
Illes. What is the?
He was the guy who was talking to us earlier. The guy I put.
Okay.
I put the same thing to 4 times. Closed question. Couldn't answer. About 90. Remember?
Oh, okay. I was not here. Sorry. I
That's all
thought
right.
that he is. Oh, okay.
First, a qualitative assessment of what the cosmology could be, and then later on there were measurements built upon top of that. To have Hipparchus 2,200 years ago, he wasn't the first. There are people before him who were making measurements of stellar positions as well as the positions of the sun, the moon, and the planets.
Hold on. Just Bill, can you pop yourself on mute?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it.
Okay, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, he's now talking about 2,200 years ago in Hipparchus and measurements. I thought measurements weren't part of anything, Danny. So now he's appealing to measurements from 2,200 years ago, and a guy called Hipparchus.
That's because 2,200 years ago, they didn't eat on tables. They sat on the ground.
The quantitative assessment comes in, but it's built upon the model of the celestial sphere, which originally the model didn't require any kind of computation or measurements, just a qualitative assessment of what we see in the sky.
That's horseshit. That's bunk, Danny. That you don't know what a model is. Is this a scientific model?
No, it's just a conceptual
one-way model.
It just exists in a guy's mind 2,000 years ago. It wasn't being used, had no application. He just stared up at the sky and envisaged this model. What's wrong with you, QE? That's perfectly reasonable.
What measurements was Hipparchus making then?
None, he's just looking at it. What's your problem?
Nathan, what he just described, you show on your screen every day, which is the semicircle over a flat plane and people on top of a disk taking elevation angle measurements. That's what he just described.
Yep.
Well, I don't think that's absolutely true. I think that without
breaking up, John,
come to conclusion.
I put a question to him now, and he completely ignores me.
Here.
Yeah, we didn't hear what that means. I heard that you disagree. Can you expand what you mean by qualitative assessment until we get John's line clear?
I don't agree that you can create the celestial sphere without measurement, because the first thing you have to do is take elevation angles to create the celestial sphere.
Once you've adopted the model of the celestial sphere, you certainly can quantify things with altitude and azimuth and other sorts of measurements. But the invention of that model.
Pause. Altitude and azimuth is a horizontal coordinate system, officially named.
Yes. But he's about to put
thank you, Danny. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Correct. You can use it flat Earth, yes. But his caveat's coming.
Doesn't require any kind of quantitative measurements at all.
Bullshit.
Well, what's
At
the
the beginning.
elevation angle then?
Yeah, exactly.
It's simply what can you do to build upon that model and make the model quantitative. But the model itself of the celestial sphere doesn't require measurements to make it so.
The model is expressing relationships between angles in celestial objects.
So you can use the model to do that, but developing the model originally didn't require actually creating that. I believe the Greeks probably invented
Probably. This is standards, man. This is the standards.
This is the key statement.
spherical trigonometry to be used on the celestial sphere, but they didn't invent that until the necessity of it arose with the model of the celestial sphere.
What did you just say?
Right.
Did that sound like a bit
What
of
a
a sentence
sack
mutter?
of shit.
Bit of a fragment. Do you want to hear that again? Because I couldn't quite make out. It sounded like he was muttering through a sentence.
Yes.
Be used on the celestial sphere, but they didn't invent that until the necessity of it arose with the model.
There's a necessity for the models. Is that what he said?
Mm.
I'm going to hear it once more.
You don't do spherical trig on the outside of a sphere. You do it on the inside and project it out to the edge. Just
You
FYI,
do.
mate.
Well, there's no such thing as spherical trig. Go on.
Yeah, there is a thing called spherical trig. It's in mathematics, right? But it's trigonometry. You do it, and then you do it at the point of intersection on the surface. But it's still trigonometry. It's not spherical trigonometry at all. It's trig, and where it intersects with the curve you're creating. But when you do that, you do it on the inside. It's an impossibility to do it on the outside. That's my point. That
I know that, but it's not trig. You're using trigonometry. But the term spherical trigonometry is wrong. You're using triangles from the center point to points on the surface of a circle.
You're missing it. You're missing it, Brian. You see, we got Adam here, and he's reading between the lines of what Danny should say instead of paying attention to what he actually
Is he
said.
doing it again?
No, I'm not.
bloody
No,
hell.
I'm not. I will tell you what I've just picked up on there is that Danny's trying to be intelligent, and whether or not the specific term spherical trig, what he's describing is how you do it. But what he's doing in his boast is describing incorrectly how you do it. Is the point I'm making out. He's demonstrating his lack of knowledge of this spherical trig that he doth describe.
Spherical trig. What's that?
Okay, let's not do that.
Yeah, it's actually just. It's
Brian's
actually
gonna
just.
do that.
It's just. Hang on. It's just right. The reason people are saying spherical trig on our side is because we've heard that a billion times from the ballers. There's no such thing as spherical trig. It's just Euclidean geometry, and it's not even Euclidean. It's just normal everyday planar geometry that's used. That's what Adam is describing there. Just the name, the term is wrong. It's just geometry. That's all it is. It's not spherical trig, just geometry.
Celestial sphere.
Well, sir, you're trying to tell us, though, that you have created a model without taking any measurements. Do you not see how that's contradictory?
I don't think you quite understand what a model is. A model doesn't have to have.
That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question. Also, Refracted's missed a trick there because he's already laid down a couple of measurements, hasn't he, Adam? You could have just taken him to the measurements he used.
I know you guys might be criticizing John, but I'm liking what he's doing because he's putting questions and he's letting Danny speak. And every time Danny speaks, he's building a case for me to put to him. I'm listening to every answer that Danny's giving. Yeah.
Sure.
Quantitative aspects to it, particularly when you're developing the model. Now, eventually, you can add those quantitative things, but the initial conception does not require that. Kinetic.
Yeah, so long as you can have a point where it just exists in the mind's eye of a guy looking into the sky, no measurements needed. That's his argument, right?
Well, you can't in the real world create a model without measurements. You can just go to your local hobby shop and see a model of a Corvette. One to something scale of the actual Corvette.
Yes, but in
Yeah,
order for me
you
to
guys-
look, right, in 20 years from now, there will be a comprehensive model of a tesseract. Now, right now, I'm just looking up at the sky, and in my mind, there's a tesseract. Therefore, that's the point of conception of the model. No measurements have been made or needed. It's just me daydreaming about a tesseract. Therefore, tesseract model exists. We all cool with that? We all understanding that there is a tesseract model because I've imagined it while staring up at the sky.
Yes, that's the perspective view that he's talking about, that he says there are no measurements, and yet in celestial navigation, you use the horizon and an elevation angle and GPs and zeniths of the observer and nail it every time. So he is like in trouble right now.
Theory of gases,
No.
for instance.
The biggest problem is the enabling of this model. I don't know how many times I've taught on this. I'm not going to do it again. The next time I hear somebody say model on either side, you're going to get your ass ripped up. Got it?
Thank you.
I wouldn't call that a model.
I haven't got it.
Tenth man, what up?
I
If you
wouldn't
haven't
call
got
that
it,
model
say it.
behavior.
You wouldn't call that model behavior.
We're talking about one specific model that is in existence that we reference here. This is the celestial sphere model. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what's being referred to, isn't it?
Okay. I'll play. Is that a scientific model?
Oh no, it's the celestial sphere model.
That's not a scientific model. That's
Hell no.
part of our discussion.
Never claimed it was.
Well, then you got a problem.
Why?
No, it's the celestial sphere model. It's a colloquial term. We all know what's being described here. Celestial navigation. Nobody's invoking science. We're invoking a model of celestial navigation. So it's a navigational model.
No, it's not a model. What type of model?
Navigational model.
No, that's not a model. That's not a type of model. That's a description of the model. What type of model is it?
No, you'll have to help me. I'm not sure where you're
Celestial, terrestrial, and celestial model. What are you fishing for? Just tell us.
What am I fishing for? It's not a model.
What is it then?
He conjured it.
No, celestial sphere model's there.
No, it's not. Holy shit.
No swearing.
If it's not a scientific model,
no, it's
then
not.
It's not a model. Is it a runway model?
No.
No?
Celestial sphere model.
Yeah, you keep on saying celestial sphere model.
Yeah.
That's not a type of model.
Playboy model?
What would you like to call it? I appreciate the point you're making then, but what would we call it?
Well, it's a coordinate system.
It's
a celestial dome.
It's a perspective which they labeled a model.
Yeah, it's not a model.
Tell him, 10th man.
And we can keep reiterating that point, but that point is a minor point just on the descriptive. Let's just call
it's
it.
his whole point. It's this whole discussion is about a model and what models are and how they're constructed when he doesn't know what a model is. Don't you
You're
get
right.
it?
You're right. But at the same time, he's building his own coffin because in the celestial sphere non-model model that he's talking about, you need a flat plane.
Is quantitative, but initial idea was not quantitative. It was simply an idea, and then they used the physics to develop that idea. So models don't have.
Yeah, that's crap. Physics.
Yep, that makes it a scientific model right now from his own words, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, completely compromised
So
himself.
now we're not talking about celestial navigation. He's just gone into la la.
It's more subtle than that. Stop. Hello, stop. No, it's more subtle than that. The question on the table is about whether or not measurements are required. And what he's done is now shimmied in this idea of the qualification for this conceptual model, me looking up in the sky, imagining a tesseract, as being now qualified by cause and effect reasoning with physics. That's what he's done. So again, he's given a disjointed answer that subtly takes it away from the measuring of stuff that's being asked about. That's what he's subtly done there. Now, he's also dropped in a word that he hopes, I assume, having listened to plenty of the show, he's been in the panel listening to what we do, so I know he listens. So saying physics at this point is a word that he hopes will take the conversation in a different direction, away from the awkward truth of the measurement of Earth. That's why he's done that.
I have to have a little bit of a different tangent, pun intended, to you, Nathan. No, when he uses the word sphere, or refracted uses the word sphere, that's begging the question. There can't be a celestial sphere model because we don't have a sphere to make a model out of, number one. Number two is he said physics. What he's doing there is he's inferring the claimed physics that he thinks exist or is trying to promote exists for these stars that we're looking at.
Yeah, that's my
Soil
point.
in the sky and whatever else.
Yeah, that's my point. That's my point. Hold on, let me just reiterate my point. Where refracted's taking him is we have to take measurements to create this quote-unquote model. And where he's taking it is we've got a conceptualization of a model which is satisfactory pre-measurement. But then we insert science. Physics, he said.
Yeah, well, that's what they've been doing all along, hijacking the real science with pseudoscience. We say it on all other subject matters. And even though Brian said he's on a tangent as a pun, I'll keep my comment very plain, my pun. Anytime they want to refer to the celestial sphere, model or otherwise, in their own books, you need a 180-degree straight angle baseline. It is never going to work with another globe underneath that phony globe of the celestial sphere. That's just a perspective view of 0 to 90 back to 180 of what the sun does every day and the stars do, from the horizon to high noon to back to, let's just say, sunset. So the whole point is, if you're going to reify that into a model, well, then you're going to need measurements. You're going to need a bunch of stuff, or else it's just a perspective view of what the luminaries do. And we know that the elevation angle and the co-altitude angle make a box with 4 90s, 2 in the sky, 2 on the ground.
Yeah,
It's
people are
in their
struggling with
books.
this. People are really struggling with this. So I've had several people when I've just dropped it into the discussion subtly in terms of the plane of the sky versus the parallel plane of the ground that we must measure. Well, when you go through those 490s, that's what you're describing. But even the flat earthers are struggling with this. In other words, there's people on the globe side that obviously infer that the transformative equation that gives us a curved surface between the celestial dome that's created from the perspective view and the plane that's in the middle of that model. Sorry, Q, I can't think of a better word. But you can kind of not forgive, but appreciate why they would infer that curved nature of the measurement. But when a flat earther fails to appreciate that you've got a parallel plane with the sky to get that protractor-based measurement and then depiction on a curved model, again, I'm struggling. That's something that people just don't understand. It's like, no, the sky is also flat, but people don't seem to understand why.
Yeah, Matthew from Australia.
Ziggy, Terence,
sorry,
Tony, Philip.
Mitchell from Australia back in the day. Remember, he came out with that from the flat. He didn't come out with it. Everyone knew it, but flat. You remember that?
2021. Yeah, I talked about that yesterday. Yeah, Mitchell's depiction. Yeah.
Yeah, the flat plane of the sky and the flat plane of the earth and how it all works. I thought it was outstanding, but sorry, I digress.
Yeah, it is. It was exactly what. If we just take it back to what's his name's that done all the prospective work. Remember, he did the big presentation.
Life is short.
Life is short. Yeah, he showed that it's a known thing that if you have 2 planes, let's say one on the surface, one along the carpet of a hallway of a hotel, and the ceiling above being another one, being parallel planes, that because the closer you are to the surface, the more that the the ceiling will appear to ramp down towards the floor.
Sure.
The closer you are to the ceiling, the more the floor will appear to ramp up towards the ceiling. It's just a perspective issue. So that whole, technically all we're dealing with is actually the sky appearing for an observer to ramp down towards the horizon. That's all we're dealing with.
Not exactly. Not exactly.
Hang on. Go on then.
Well,
hang on. Go on then.
No, because the way he said that there was like, I've got a really great point. Okay, then let's hear it.
Well, in the Life is Short example that you just gave, you're talking about a hallway, and you're saying that, let's say you've got a dude. No, you've got a little Lego figure, right? And you're at the midpoint between the floor and the ceiling with your camera, and you've got two Lego men. You super glue one upside down to the ceiling, and you super glue one to the floor. Now, as you lower the camera and limit your angle to the ground, you'll see a point of optical dissolution. The legs of the Lego man disappear. As you raise in elevation towards the Lego man on the ceiling, the same thing will happen. With me so far, Brian?
Yeah.
It's just an extra bit.
horizontal.
I just don't need much. I just need yes. You're right. Okay. With that in mind, do the stars do that?
Yeah, but you're missing my point when you're bringing that up.
Just a yes or no. Do the stars do that?
No, they don't. But you're missing my point completely.
Right.
Because I didn't get to finish it.
Let me just make my point first. My objection is to say that.
No, I don't want to.
Well, I'm nearly there. Just
Go
one more
on, come on,
sentence.
then.
One more sentence. Bloody hellfire. Right. The inference when we say, I drop it in because it's in my mind. Everybody already knows this, so I don't make a big deal of it. It's just dropped in like this, like it's fairly carefree. So when it gets pulled up, you're like, well, why? What's the problem here? Well, the only problem is that the way the stars do behave, in other words, the angle doesn't change as you raise in elevation, defies the idea that they're stuck to a flat surface. And I just wanted to make that bit clear. While we describe them as always being treated as having a 90 between your zenith and the point where you've got a ground position above the star, creating the box that Tenth described, that doesn't mean there's a flat surface to the sky. It just means that's how we're treating it mathematically. In terms of what it actually does, it defies all reasonable understanding of anything that behaves normally in even in perspective descriptions. That's it. I'm done.
Yeah, but my point being is that I was going to get to the point to the sky. The point with the sky, as you raise, whatever is there you're looking at appears to raise with you. So your angle is the same from an airplane as it is from a boat, which emphasizes even more the ramping down effect that you would have, because you can't even give a distance to whatever you're looking at. It's just way up there somewhere, and you can't even give it a somewhere. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
That was my point.
Exactly.
Yes.
So to describe the contrast when you raise up, akin to Life is Short's description in the hallway, it doesn't quite tally with the sky, is my only objection. But in terms of what we actually do...
It does, from a perspective point of view. I mean, you can't claim the sky is a solid flat plane, but from a perspective point of view, it does. The point is, the ramping down is so severe with the sky that it fits... look, I'm only going to end up, forget it.
Well, I'm going to end up in not knowing why I don't like objecting to it and why I don't feel comfortable with what's being said in terms of the description of the perspective view. When I go to great extents to describe a Zorb ball or a protractor wrapped around your position and you're plotting out the stars, that's a very ipso facto way of describing what's occurring. But as soon as you get into actual descriptions beyond tenths, well, the box that you actually do form when you take this angle measurement, get your co-altitude, etc., that is ipso facto. It's a statement of truth in terms of what's done. But then when you take it one step further and start describing a plane of the sky, for me, I shift a little bit uncomfortably. I don't know why.
Yeah, I understand that. It's because, just 1 second, Tenth, and I'll be quick and leave you go, just because he's referring to me. I understand that. But from the observer's point of view, they're just looking at a perspective view of the sky as a horizontal plane. Go on.
Fine.
Okay. Nathan, I posted the picture in Master B, so any flat earthers confused will be unconfused immediately. Tell me when you have it up for people to view.
That might be more difficult than I first... Just describe it and I'll fiddle with getting it up on screen.
I
see it. I see it.
Yeah, it's a master B. You'll get it up. So here, let me explain. This is something that's in the navigation books of people who believe in the globe. This, I remember initially people said, is there any flat earth navigation almanacs? And the answer is yes and no. Yes, because you need a flat plane to even do it. But no, in the sense that they make you think you're on the globe when you're doing it. And so then this picture comes up. And when you look at it, and it's from them, the Globers, right? You've got a box. That box has 490s. Now, the observer zenith is the first Z at the top, and it says what? Observer zenith. That's 90 degree above the observer with the sextant. Okay? So imagine if this observer was not on the ocean, but on terra firma, on land. All he would have to do is hang a plumb bob with a string tied to a protractor with a straw on the baseline to look through at the star. And he would create that vertical and the co-altitude, which is a horizontal line in the sky. And he wouldn't need to subtract from 90 because he's got the co-altitude, which is the zenith distance. Now, the zenith distance is the actual nautical miles from the GP of the star over the Earth to the observer's zenith. Well, because he's at sea and he can't hang a plumb bob with a straw with a protractor, he uses a sextant. So he uses the horizon and he gets the angle, which is the elevation angle, and creates the right angle triangle you see at the bottom. But he must subtract that from 90, his 90 that I just spoke about, to get the co-altitude, which is the zenith distance. And lo and behold, it matches exactly the same nautical mile distance on the surface of the Earth as it does in the sky, no matter which way you do it. And this is when Brenda comes in and says, I could do it without the horizon. Well, what she's talking about is a plumb bob with a protractor and a straw where you get to the co-altitude right away. But it takes 2 steps when you use the horizon. But all in all, it's the same thing. And you have a box with 490s. And of course, they can't get themselves to put 4 boxes that represent 90 here because they still want to push the globe. But there's no way around it because you're referencing 90.
Yeah, they start with the co-altitude and ignore the fact that what they're trying to establish is the zenith distance on the ground, right?
Get focused. Focus now.
Okay.
You see that co-altitude at the top up there? Yeah, in the sky. You see that? It's an inverted adjacent. There, Nathan.
Yes.
See that? You see that line? It's a huge rectangle. It could be thousands of miles, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Sky's flat.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
So why does that make you uncomfortable?
No, there's the perspective description. That makes me uncomfortable.
Oh, the other description. Yeah, this tells you right away. Follow?
Yeah, the sky's flat. I have no objection to saying that. It's the description of a perspective view of a flat planar sky. And when describing it that way, it kind of, to me, suggests there's an inference of a roof, a flat plane roof. And then you've got some sort
but it's a special roof.
It is special, but it's special in
You know
terms of
what?
how it doesn't comport with our perspective description from Life is Short. That was my point earlier. I won't reiterate it again.
But it does. You
I
just
love
take
you
away the
guys.
solidity of the ceiling. Sorry, Dios.
Yeah.
I mean, I love you guys because I love the specificities
I love
and how
you
you
too, D.
solidify.
Oh, thank you for that.
How you? I'm serious. I'm being so ingenuous. Huh? I'm being so ingenuous.
I got another point. I'm sorry, D-Rose. I got another point.
Good.
Yeah. So the reason why you raise an elevation, get ready, Brian. The reason why you get the same angle from being on the Earth as opposed to at a higher elevation. Do you know why that is? That they're always the same angle?
Is this going to at some point acknowledge the point that defies how the perspective description would work with a ceiling?
Because the Earth's flat.
Yeah, because I get that, but let's just move on. Right, I can't fully quantify my objection. Is the real truth here, so I'm going to struggle to argue it. But I do have a shifting, uncomfortable feeling when we're describing the sky as being a perspective view. I don't like it. I don't know why, and I'm not going to argue with Brian. So that's the end of it.
Nathan, calm down, please.
I'm not uncalm. Do you think I am a hysterical woman? What are you talking about?
Hang on. There's more to this. There's more to this picture. You're going to need it for debating. Let me go on, please. What is the zenith distance? No matter which way you do it, it's the same number. What is it? It's the very last thing at the bottom, top right writing. It says what? 1,800 nautical miles zenith distance. You see that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Keep that in mind when you're debating this. Here's why. When they go to the tangent plane, they say that's for locally flat. Okay. You see that circle there? That this whole thing is based on? That little disc? Yeah, you see that?
I know where you're going.
Yes.
Okay. Well, guess what? If it's locally flat and at 12 feet high on your sailboat, the horizon's just over 4 miles away, how in the world are you getting this 1,800 nautical miles all flat?
Because it's flat.
Yeah, because it blows right through all the jack stuff they say about refraction. Doesn't matter what's happening 20 degrees, 15 degrees above the horizon with the water temperature and the air temperature and things look kind of, it doesn't matter. This is 1,800 nautical miles all flat.
Yeah. Is Adam still here?
Possibly.
Okay. That's,
Yeah.
imagine doing,
sharing screen.
It's him
Oh,
sharing.
I'm sorry, Ted. I thought you were done.
well, almost. So when you see that this is from their books, and money was well spent to find this one, and the Waller saw this back in the day, 4 years ago, right? Shh, don't say 90. Remember that? Chocolate.
Happened today. Did you listen? It happened today.
So if you go to the bottom of this picture where the star is, it's representing its GP, the sub point, it says 90, but doesn't show the box. Well, we know the symbol for 90 is a box. The height of deception, unintended, is immense. You need a box with 4 90s to do it, but they've got to keep you on the globe. So they do a curved baseline and a curved co-altitude when nothing could be further from the truth.
Right.
I'm done.
Adam.
Have to be quantitative at the very beginning. Simply, you bring the quantity in to quantify what you can measure with the model.
So you're saying the model doesn't have to be quantitative at that point, but in recognition, you realize that until it becomes that, it's just an idea, and the modeling of itself is useless. The initial conception of a model, in this case the celestial sphere model, no measurement has been made. But the conception of the model is to take measurements to figure out where you are. Yeah, its whole raison d'etre is to take a measurement from the real world, apply it into the model, take something back out of the model to give you information again for the real world.
You know what this needed? It needed Quantum Eraser to interject at that moment and point out it's not a model. That would have definitely benefited this.
No, not that it's not a model. It's not a scientific model.
Not a scientific model, straw
Something
man.
that nobody claimed.
Nobody claimed, right.
He's trying to go back to the trough of his vomit. I'm going to hammer you.
Look, this is his coup de grace. Let's not. I've done it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It is good.
So
this is
so
epic.
if I may, and I shall, from what I'm getting, gather it real concise. as in the layman term. This is the same situation with this sky as we had with the horizon, which was apparent, which they try to make it be a geometric physical horizon, which it wasn't because it was apparent. It was perspective. Perspective being apparent meaning it looked like that. It looked like that from wherever you stand around on the plane. So the same thing with the sky, wherever you're looking at, the perspective is the refractive effect, whatever you, if you will, for a few degrees above, but basically the way our eyes see things. And now we're just doing the same argument against them with this celestial, aka so-called model, quote, model, but it's not a model like QE said. You know what I'm saying? But it's the same thing. It's like perspective and all the refractive things that make perspective change and people.
No, there's no refractive things.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Hold on.
I'm speaking as a.
Hello.
I'm speaking as a global.
Hello. That means stop talking or keep going indefinitely while the host tells you to stop. Diego, can you put yourself on mute? We just got your heavy breathing. Diego 76.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Yeah. Please don't swear. Carry on, D. I don't think anyone was following along with you, but feel free to carry on.
Who, me? Okay,
yeah.
That's what I was saying in layman, concise and layman terms. Basically, the same thing was going around with the horizon. The horizon, they was trying to say it was a geometric physical blockage or whatever you want to call it. Please don't be pedantic what I'm saying. But when we broke it down and said, no, it's an apparent perspective, what we see wherever we're standing on the earth. So same thing with the sky thing, with this celestial so-called alleged model, which QE so eloquently and precisely broke down and said it's not a model. It's just something that we see.
Don't you start, he's wrong. So move on.
Okay. Okay. Anyway.
That's
but
not
basically,
what was happened with the horizon either. It's a bit of a different.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, exactly what I'm saying though, it's the same thing. The horizon was not a physical thing. It was an apparent. We use the words. Well, no. Let me do it. I'm doing it in layman. You're going to do it in the technical.
Oh, brother.
I'm doing it in layman terms.
Can we restart Adam's thing again so we have it in context, and then we'll come back to this because I'll say a point to D-Rose.
Yeah, can we
By the way,
summarize?
how you doing, Tenth? What's up, Tenth? How you doing? All right.
Well, what's up, D-Rose? How's it going, D-Rose, a.k.a. D-Rose? Can you just hold off on your little spiel until after? Let's listen to the whole thing that Adam said to Danny.
Well, no measurement has been made, but the conception of the model is to take measurements to figure out where you are. Yeah, its whole raison d'etre is to take a measurement from the real world, apply it into the model, take something back out of the model to give you information again for the real world. Without the use of measurement, the model has no ability to assist you.
That was epic. Truly epic.
That's paramount.
No, the next thing that happens is...
Well, can we finish?
Next thing that happens is I add in the fact that there's a 47-second delay for the response that comes from Danny. Then it's this. This is the response.
I'm sorry, I need to go. I have an appointment coming up.
Yeah, you bet your ass you need to.
I love it.
That was hilarious.
Adam, your finest moment.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Don't fail to give credit to the to the wingman, the guy that was dribbling the entire time.
Let me just say, so in all of that, you've criticised John's technique, but I couldn't have summarised that without John's patience of teasing all of those nonsensical things and getting him to that point that I could then summarise and show what an arse he was being.
Very true.
If all we've done is focused on whether a model is scientific or not, none of that happens.
Listen to you, little son bitch, you.
That was perfect. That was perfect.
You wouldn't have got that far to begin with.
Really
Number
pissed
one.
him off
Number
too,
two.
Adam. Check it out.
Adam, excuse me, Nathan. So you're saying the ends justify the means?
I think in this case, not being pedantic about the word model yielded much better demonstration of Danny's numptiness.
Yes.
Well, number one, I wouldn't have stopped him with model. I'd have stopped him at spherical trigonometry, so we would never gotten that far.
Amen to that.
Isn't this exactly what I said earlier?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to D. Rose's concern. Go back to your picture there that I gave you, Nathan.
It is. It's up anyway.
Okay. All right.
It's up there. It's up there.
All right, good. Now, Deros, just listen for a minute. Nathan, can you zoom in on the sub point of the observer?
I can't.
It's me that's got it on screen, and I can't do any more than that, Tim.
No problem. No problem. Okay, just the zenith of the observer, everyone could see it's on the outside of that circle of equal altitude, correct? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
correct.
Most definitely, yes.
That's
Most
called the
definitely, yes.
question. All right. So, based on the way they try to dance around this, is that when you take out your sextant, you aim at the horizon, and if you're 12 feet above the ocean in a sailboat, it's only about 4.5 miles away from you. Okay? And that is locally flat, but after that, it curves away. That's their
Eli
claim.
knew.
Eli, turn your damn mic off.
Such language.
What, damn? Or Mike? Or off?
Okay.
Just the whole tone.
All right. Shall we start over? Is it off now?
Sounds like a Glober with a tone.
Okay. Are we good to go, Nathan?
Yeah, it's on screen.
Okay. All right. So the mariner with the mariner sextant is on this boat. He's 12 feet above the water line, and the horizon can be no further than 4.5 miles for them to claim locally flat. That's why the tangency of the tangent plane looks flat for that distance. This is their claim, not my claim, their claim. Great. Adam, you could probably do this. Draw a little circle where the observer is in the middle, and on either side of that circle is 4.5 miles. And that's the only flatness that the globers are saying is the Earth because of the tangency of the tangent plane at that point that he's on. Great.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on. Why are you giving them? Hold on. Why are you giving them 4 miles? They haven't got 4 millimeters.
No, you're missing.
Where are you getting 4 miles from anyway? I've heard you say that.
You're missing
that was 4 mile tangent. That 4 mile tangent. It sounds like a
Horizon. He's using the horizon.
May I explain again? I have to speak as they explain to tear them apart. They are saying that the tangent plane that they're forced to use on the circle, which represents their globe, which is not true, they're forced to say that it's locally flat only. Okay, fine. Where's the observer? 12 feet above the water line, sea level. Great. So how far is the horizon based on R value? 4.5 miles. Okay, great. So it's locally flat for 4.5 miles. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Okay, so then curvature starts happening after the 4.5 miles, right? Yeah, exactly. Oh, well, we got a problem here because it's 1,800 nautical miles of all flat from the same guy.
Yeah, but the problem is that I only accepted the distance to an horizon.
No, you don't. I'm just telling you.
Know what I mean? There's no 4.5 miles of flat and then some curvature. I wouldn't even go down that road.
That. My gosh, keep up. Do you understand what I'm showing you here?
I just can't do it. I can't do it anymore. I can't
I am telling you the emperor.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're doing.
No, you don't know what I'm saying. You don't know what I'm saying.
I do. I just have I can't do that anymore. Can't.
No, it's what they say that's not true. And I'm showing D-Rose when he was trying to express it the way he was, that I could show what he was trying to say. It's all flat. There's no such thing as locally flat. It's all flat because it's 1,800 nautical miles based on this one observation, let alone the maximum of 5,400 nautical miles when it's 90 degrees. You can't have that on a globe Earth surface. They die at every point.
Yeah, but they can't claim locally flat on a sphere. There's no such thing.
I know that. That's why they have
So I
a
can't
tangent
go. I just
plane.
can't entertain it at all. I'm not
Don't
attacking you. I just
entertain
can't
it. Go
entertain
on.
it. Maybe you can. I can't.
Okay, then you know what? I can't entertain. What you're saying is I can't entertain anything in their books because they lie in there too. I'm showing you what the lie is.
Eli, you're
Well, I was gonna
ruining
say
the
something.
audio.
I don't understand this. I can't entertain stuff. We're exposing them.
Yeah, Brian, 10th is not saying we accept this. He's basically quoting what they claim. We know we denounce it, but he has to use what they're saying to dissect it point by point.
I know what Tent is talking about, the Rose. I am fully aware of it. I can't entertain any claims of anything like spherical triangle, locally flat on a sphere, a celestial sphere model. Can't do it.
What do you think? What do you think I did all this was to prove I don't entertain it by exposing how stupid it is? My gosh.
I know. I'm not indicting you, Tent. I'm not indicting you. It's a reaction to the information, not you.
No, but
Brian,
I'm using
Brian, hold on, Tim. But Brian, right now though, you're interrupting the conversation by saying you're not.
You can't talk, Mister off mute. Just go away over.
No, I'm just saying, just go on mute. Let him finish what he's saying.
You charging others with interrupting a conversation is like fucking Pol Pot charging the Dalai Lama with genocide.
Stop swearing.
Yeah, but the overall point is let him finish. If you don't entertain it, just do it silently.
That what I'm trying to say is that when they bring up that excuse which is not real, and I agree with Brian, I don't entertain it. I just showed them that locally flat is really 1,800 nautical miles.
Well, you have to entertain the locally flat first so you can debunk it, so you are entertaining it.
I am addressing their false claim, and I must repeat their false claim to their face, as you do on many of your shows.
Check it out. Right. I will put this to Brian that I don't like doing it either. And Brian will say, well, I've got to enter their paradigm to do it. It's nice to hear Brian saying it in the way I say it to Brian quite often.
It's not the same, Nathan.
I knew that was coming. Oh, it's different when Brian does it.
Brian,
different for Brian.
I've only got 5 minutes to lunch, and Tim was trying to explain something.
You talk for me, D-Rose.
There's 5 minutes to Wapner.
What'd he say? What'd he say?
The whole point is, well, don't let this get away from us. The whole point is the tangent plane is their reference, not the phony circle underneath it, and the full distance of this infinite, unbounded, 180-degree straight tangent plane is actually Earth. And the GP of the star, as well as the zenith of the observer, can be 1,800 nautical miles. It could be 50 miles. It could be 5,400 nautical miles, the maximum, 90 times 60. It's all flat. So when they say locally flat, I say, you mean 90 degrees flat? Because it's all flat.
What the hell is a tangent plane?
What's the reason for the tangent plane is because they can't use a curved surface. They use the equatorial plane because they can't use a curved surface. They use a bubble sextant that sets a horizontal for a vertical to be established perpendicular 30,000 feet.
I didn't ask you that.
I'm answering. Be patient.
I didn't ask you that.
I don't care. Be patient.
I said, what is a tangent plane?
Forget it.
I just want to know what a tangent plane is.
Basically, somebody was just telling Nathan that it's not the ground. He was going back and forth saying, but then what is it? This is basically what it is. They're trying to claim that it's not the ground in which they're measuring on that baseline of that radius. And that's the argument then, because they be throwing that bubble text sextant type of crap, which is parallel to the baseline.
Is it 4 minutes to Wapner? What is a tangent plane? Anyone?
A geometric term that is used.
Begging a question, fellas.
Geometric term.
It doesn't exist.
Where a tangent plane, it touches a sphere at one point.
Begging a question.
Yeah.
No, he didn't ask
That's
for
a tangent,
he
not a
didn't ask
tangent
for
plane.
the fallacy. He asked for what a tangent plane was, not for the fallacy that has been, would be how it's been used.
It's a
A tangent plane actually is only a tangent. A tangent touches a circle at one point.
Yeah, and so Merriam-Webster confirms what he just said, because it says the plane through a point of a surface that contains the tangent lines to all the curves on the surface through the same point or one point.
So not a sphere.
So
It's
have
a
people got
linear
10th point now
representation.
that he's just made? Yeah. They're gonna expand their plane to fit their reality based on their height. So that point will become 4.5 mile radius of a point that they will consider locally flat. And if they go up even higher, that tangent point, which they then become a plane, they describe as flat and treat as flat until past the point of dissolution. That's, I think, what Ten's saying, how they mug themselves off and make the point a plane in terms of local vision, locally flat. What Ten's teasing them with is you can do that. And what I think QE's pointing at is it's a point. But what Ten's trying to bring them back to is it's not locally flat. The whole thing is 90 degrees flat.
Yes, Adam. In navigation, tangent plane at the observer's location for them is used as locally flat approximation of the Earth's surface. The horizontal line in this plane is parallel to the rational horizon, which is another name for equatorial plane. Okay, so this is their little trick that anything after that, the Earth must be curving, except when you do celestial navigation, 90 degrees is locally flat times 60. So not 5,400 nautical miles locally flat, and then double it to 10,800 nautical miles for the full circle of equal altitude for someone on the other side taking the same measurements. Impossible. Rob Durham did a video on this.
Yeah, but what that means, to see, I've brought this up before, right? And the way I framed it was that they actually are doing their dip correction from the tangent.
That's not the question here. We're not talking about dip.
I know, but the point is that they're, how are they creating? Forget it. You're missing what I'm saying. You're missing what I'm
you're
saying.
on a whole different subject, which I do agree with. Because
I'm not. You're bringing up their tangents.
I'm bringing up the point of tangency is either 4 miles or 5,400 nautical miles, as Adam said.
Yeah, I understand what he's saying.
Man,
I understand what you're saying. It depends. The tangent will be as big as it needs to be, depending on the eye height. I understand that. I already knew that myself.
No, it has nothing to do with the eye height. It has to do with.
It is when they're giving a distance to their horizon, because that horizon they're referring to will be on that tangent.
Right. So at 12 feet above the sea level, it's just roughly about 4.5 miles. So yes, in that sense, I agree with you. And then I have to remind them that it's 5,400 nautical miles. Bye-bye tangent plane. Bye-bye tangency. Welcome flat Earth.
Yeah, but within their paradigm, what they're trying to do is wherever they calculate the horizon to be away in distance based off of a 7/6 hour globe. Even though they'll be using that as a horizontal distance, the point being is that at that point, right after that point, is where they're going to say everything is curving. That's it's a double begging the question fallacy.
Didn't I just read to you their definition of locally flat to match exactly where they see the horizon, no matter how high they are above the ocean surface? I just read that to you. Why are we spending time on what we agree on? What I'm trying to tell you is when they use this argument, and you look at the picture that Nathan has there, the sub point of the observer, if he was 12 feet above sea level, if you're a glober, you would be saying as a glober, Earth is flat for 4.5 miles, then starts curving. And then I'd have to remind them, based on this picture, it's flat for 1,800 nautical miles, buddy.
Yes, 5,400.
No, in this picture, it's 1,800 nautical miles.
All right. I'm not looking at the picture, sorry.
Yeah, it's 30-degree co-altitude. So zenith distance is the same in the sky as it is on the ground, creating the box with 490s. They have no way to get around this. This is from their own books.
Yes, but the tangent length, problem is the tangent length they're claiming is only as the distance between the observer and wherever their mathematical horizon is.
I agreed with you on that. I even quoted them saying that the tangency is to that distance and it varies based on their height. I agree with you. I'm not saying anything otherwise. It's nonsense, though, because in the actual discipline of celestial navigation, that's an infinite, unbounded 180-degree plane matching the horizontal set by the bubble in the sky with the bubble sextant, and the rational horizon that goes all the way to the celestial sphere in their jargon. So, 3 parallel lines that are infinite in length, linear, unbounded, 180-degree straight angle. And then you just happen to be 12 feet above the water line, and you see a horizon and say, well, I believe I live on a globe Earth, so Earth curve starts after that. And I said, wait a minute. The GP is on this tangent plane somewhere in the sky, 1,800 miles away. You're in trouble.
Who are the they with the 4 miles of no curvy?
You know who they are.
You talking about Brenda?
Anyone who thinks after the horizon, Earth starts curving is the they.
After the horizon, it's not in any of their books. You're speaking about the anti-flat earthers?
Oh, no. In their books, in celestial navigation, when they refer to the tangency of a tangent plane touching the circle, which represents their globe, that is locally.
I'm sorry, run that by me one more time. The tangency of their tangent plane? Really?
Why are you being so difficult? You know what I'm doing. I'm telling you what they say. I'm not saying it.
Yeah, I'm saying what they're saying. The tangency.
Yeah, 360 degrees flat locally when you turn around as an observer. Yes.
I get it. The tangency of the tangent plane. Is that what they say?
When it touches the Earth at one point, that's what they're referring to, yes.
The tangency of a tangent plane.
The point it's touching the circle, that's flat to them. How's that? Is that better than me saying it the other way, the way I like it?
You had me at tangency at a tangent plane. I would like somebody.
You're just difficult to talk to right now, so forget it.
Yeah, it's not against you. Don't take the argument personally against you. We're not arguing against you. We're arguing against these numpties in these books. Don't take it.
I'm doing that. I'm doing that, and you're pooping all over it when I'm killing it.
Now, I'm not. What?
Yeah, I'm killing their argument. I'm killing their argument, and it's easy to understand it. Then you want to get detailed, and people lose it now.
So when I get detailed, there's a problem.
when they say in their books, QE, that an observer at sea who turns around 360 will see Earth as flat, that's what it's referencing.
I was just stopped at you know where I was stopped at, the tangency of a tangent plane. I got some problems there.
Well, see, you would have stopped refracted. We never would have had Adam, and you have your own style, and the audience gets a quick kill. And I like dragging them along the ground with thorns and their backside peeling off each step of the way because I know their stuff better than they do.
That is true. You do know their stuff a lot better than them, no doubt about it.
And you know what? It's nice to see them do what Adam did to Danny Faulkner. Well, I got a lunch appointment and I got a meeting afterwards. Even though it might only take 15 seconds to answer that question, I'm really hungry.
Okay, I'm going to say something now that Adam won't be happy with. I've listened to what Adam said to Danny Faulkner 2 or 3 times, and it doesn't impact me. Now, normally everything Adam says impacts me, but it doesn't impact me.
Okay, it impacted me, and I think a lot of people saw the guy run.
What? It's not a flat earth. It wasn't a flat earth argument. It was showing that he's a duplicitous liar. And in that, it should be impactful. Because he spent 15 minutes talking nonsense about what this model was just to not invoke something. And then I just explained to him his claim. And when that was done, he was shown to just be a duplicitous liar that was trying to trick people. Yeah. And then when that dawned on him, after 45 seconds, he ran. No, it's not a great flat earth proof, doesn't help your argument, but what it does demonstrate is that that man was not there for any genuine reasons. He's there to deceive. And he's happy to make shit up and lie, yeah, and just ramble through his head as he tries to deceive people. That's what I was pleased with.
Would Nathan possibly play it again? The last bit you said. Because it could be that I'm tuning out at that point. Because I find it hard to keep listening to people like Danny Faulkner because they're BSing people. And I find it hard to listen in when someone like Refracted is having a conversation and begging the question with him. I find that difficult because it stresses me out.
The model statements in of themselves have no profoundness in them. Yeah. There's nothing in it. What's interesting is to put his words back to him and show what a load of waffle and contradictory nonsense it was that he just spent ages telling people. And when he realized that gave a very good summation and how futile what he was trying to claim was, he just clammed and ran. That's the win.
I don't deny that.
Not
I don't deny that he ran.
about any argument about celestial navigation per se. That wasn't the purpose there. To argue within any of that would have been a win for him. To show what he was saying was the win we got, I think.
Yeah, I don't deny that he ran after your statement. I don't deny that. Right? Right. I'm not attacking you on your statement. I'm just saying it didn't impact me. Even though he ran, you were calling him out for what he was, and he ran. For me, the minute at the start that he would say spherical triangle, for someone to jump on him there and then, for me, I can't say it for you or anyone else. That's what I want. I want the very start of his complete and utter manure, for him to be pulled straight face first into that manure at the very start. I don't want him to keep building this big pile of manure higher. I want for the very first part, as soon as he comes up with the first bit, I want him face first into it. That's what I want, because that's what he deserves. Now, what you did, I would say, required a little bit more education. He obviously understood exactly what you were pointing out. It's just for me, at the end, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'll have to listen to it again. It just didn't impact me.
Right. But with that, I am going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.